Jambo, my name is Isaac Rotich. I come live to you every day from the Mara Triangle in Kenya, East Africa. I think the most underrated animal here where we are is the spotted hyena. And the main reason is people haven't read any literature to fully understand about this super predator. Join me in my next adventure in the African wild on DSTV channel 183.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Another wonderful morning from the beautiful Masai Mara. My name is Isaac and welcome to your live safari. Beautiful morning, and we're coming to you from the beautiful Masai Mara, and we have our sunrise is up. It's a bit cloudy, so we cannot see it really well, but we appreciate the spectacular colors that it has provided for us, together with all the beautiful trees. My name is Isaac. Jambo everyone, and on camera I have Bungei. We are set out to go to the marsh, try and find you some lions, and maybe head out to the plains and find some plain games. This morning our weather for the Mara is 17 degrees Celsius, about 63 Fahrenheit. We expect some rain maybe later on today. Remember to send in your kids' question at Wild Earth TV, and also at questions at Wild Earth, and also at FC. I'm joined in by my colleagues in other locations who will be joining me on this morning live safari. It is such a beautiful morning after some rain that we received yesterday, and the weatherman had promised so, and so he was right on. And there's nothing else I can do right now but to start the safari by going towards the marsh. I have elephants down there, I have zebra, I still have to get there. Yes, just a little bit about Masai Mara elevation. We're at 5,700 to 6,000 feet above sea level, and only 100 kilometers away from the equator. That's where we are, and I'm in the Mara Triangle. Such a lovely place to wake up to. The trees you see, in front of me are all Balanites aegyptica trees, also known as the desert dates. They produce some dates that jackals and also humans sometimes consume. Not very sweet, but young boys, while looking after their cattle and cows out there in the wild over here, they do, eat them to keep them going. Yes, I'm gonna continue down here, and while I do that, I'll give the opportunity to one of my other colleagues to introduce himself.
Private game reserve. Temperature today 17 degrees, which is a little bit cloudy.
Well, what can I say but to show you a nice beautiful herd of wildebeest that is here. Looks like definitely they're not going to stay here for any longer. They are going to disappear quite soon. Look at them. Bungei is gonna bring them to life in just a few seconds. They're off to my left and about 300 feet. It's such a big herd, huddled up together. maybe for security reason, they were really spooked and chased, harassed by lions or hyenas last night. And so they have decided to pile up here and maybe go very quiet, because they can be noisy when they are, huddled up together or crowded like that. But it seems like they are very, very quiet. So I think they were avoiding detection, because, noise can really attract predators quite easily. You can tell to the left they're starting to break away, but I don't really think that's the direction they want to go, because at the moment everybody is heading south, which is off to my right. Also, you can tell we have some vultures on top of that tree. I don't know if there is a kill somewhere. Maybe. I had lots of lion roaring, and also hyenas, howling and running around. So I don't know, maybe they made a kill. I'm gonna stop here and try and find out. And maybe while I do that, let's take you to another live location.
Welcome to Private Game Reserve in Juma, Game Reserve in Sabisans in Lawfield. Temperature for this morning today, it's 63 Fahrenheit, 17 degrees. Pretty cloudy, but I think it's going to burn up during the course of the day. Again, my name is Andrew. On camera, it's Theo this morning, and this is how we're going to be taking you into a safari. Begin with beautiful the giraffe, feeding right close to us. So we get out of the camp, find this beautiful giraffe feeding around in his quarantine again. As you can see, looks like it's a bird sitting on top of one of the horn there. It's a sign of nothing around. Usually birds will help animals if there's a predator around, because then they have a chance of see far. But also this giraffe, they also have a chance or advantage of see far, because they're also a tall animal. So yeah, this is how we're going to begin. Plan for this morning, we're going to search around for the northern boundary, western boundary, for pride of lions. People came into the property during the course of the night. And then, of course, we'll be searching for anything else we're going to find. So we're looking at the southern giraffe, the species, and they're well known or capable of browser animal. They eat foliage, tip end of the bushes, trees most, and in some area where there is not much of the grasses, of course. Even when they can lie down, and while they do that, there's a chance you can able to see them bend over their neck as they're down and able to feed around them grasses. But in this area, very rare, because then it's a lot of trees and no plants available for them to eat, especially during this time of the year where everything is just green, started up. And most of these animals, they are well attracted by a lot of food around them. Remember, it's always very good to have rain and green coming up, because then this is where the life cycle for animals begin, where you have herbivores, but also then this is well sustainable for you. Carnivore species would be available, because everybody have source of food at the same time. Remember, we don't have trees, we don't have grasses for these herbivorous animals, then they won't be around, they all die. Then it means that all cat species also don't have anything to eat, probably gonna all die as well. So this is all feed or balance the same way with herbivores. It's a food for cats, and for and the beautiful. Yes, he's just probably listening to us. So on top of this horn, as you can see, it's bolted up. It's showing there's a lot of white. And this is how we can able to tell that is a male, because of the horns are thicker on top, no hair growing in there. A very long tongue to able to help them feed in this very thorny trees around here. And all they do, they just move around. It's very good. It's so important for giraffe to. Good morning, sucking bird. Welcome to your beautiful show this morning. So you want to know how old is this giraffe? So, first thing, giraffe, they only live about, their general lifespan is about 28, 30 years, 32 years of a lifespan. So this is a full-grown male. So I'll put him around maybe, 28 or somewhere around there. And of course, they don't live long. If you want to compare also their gestation period, where it's 15 months. If you want to look at the rhino as well, it's 16 months, but rhino can able to live up to 40 roughly a lifespan, so that's a far difference, but kind of a similar gestation period. So yeah, we're looking at the very fully grown male giraffe by looking at these also coat as well. And I look at this head as well. It's a lot of hair is wound up a bit. This just happen when they spend a lot of time, trying to battle for a fight for a dominate. They do that. They're not territorial animal. But you can find males together, 7 males together in the same area, where there is no need for them to fight or, since they're not territorial. But, only fight is happening when females around, because everybody then have to respect for the dominant male, and he's the one have a privilege to respond to the females to check their status and mate. But when he's not around, the dominant male always possibility for any of the male that is around to able to mate, but the males that is dominant every time arrive into a scene where then the weakest male has to get out, and he takes responsible of these females since he's the dominant male. And of course, giraffe like this can be anything about 6 meters tall. And this animal, we can't believe they can pick up speed about 40 kilometers an hour when they need to, and they get out of the danger by running faster like that. But, when they move not most like other animals. They do kind of like one side at the same time, move the legs, and the other side at the same time. So, and the other animals, they don't do that. So, and then not much of a lot of animals close related to this unique animal we look at it right now. And only one of a very small but dark with a little stripe, which is okapi. Okapi, which is also occurred not around here, but somewhere else in the world, you do find them. Okapi, close related to that. With these particular animals, I'm going to take you to another station as we look for something else to show up here.
Good morning and welcome to the Masai Mara. We have a beautiful morning here. Look at the sky. Look at the balloon gliding over in the Masai Mara. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. A beautiful weather. Yesterday we had lots of wildebeest and zebras around this place, but because of the rain, they move over towards the escarpment. But now, there's nothing at all. There's some lions that were around this area, so I've been driving this morning trying to locate the lions because we had them from camp. The roar, the contact calls, some lions, other lions were responding. Now look at that. Some people are enjoying a beautiful morning over this Mara on a balloon ride. It's a good time to go on a balloon because there's lots of wildebeest. There's so much to see. Beautiful sky there, overlooking the marsh. So that marsh sometimes during the day becomes a heaven of activity. We have elephants, buffaloes, wildebeest, zebra, and all mixture of plains game who come to drink and to eat across the marshes. And then in the afternoon, we see a lot of activity also when elephants walk out from the swamps to the savannah as they carry on grazing. Some people enjoying this drive, so just a vehicle went past. So this morning my mission is to look for these big herds, see where they've gone to. Also try to find some lions, and maybe if I can be able to come across a cheetah or a leopard. So I'll drive on, see if I'll be lucky with my mission this morning. So the lions I had raw were actually coming from, that sound was coming from this forest line. So I'll be driving across over to the other side to see if they moved or walked through this forest. It's a little bit chilly, so the grass is also wet. So I'm expecting to find lions walking on the road because cats don't like getting wet. So they utilize the roads, the pathways at this time when the grass is too wet. Also, this is a good place to look for leopard. So I'll stop around here. And also while I'm driving, I'm looking for trails, for prints, because it's wet, so it's easy to find tracks. So while I'm trying to locate lions, leopard, cheetah, and other plains game, let me send you over to another live location.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to and beyond Ngala for your sunrise safari on this Saturday. As you can see, we're quite similar to what Tim's doing. This area here, we actually got quite a lot of water, as you can see in front of us. This is all from the recent rains that we've had. Myself and OD got this far, saw the water and thought, let's try. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can make it through here. But I mean, what we're doing this morning is, so we just had tracks of a pride of lions further back behind us. They were heading off to our left though, but that's where we came from and we didn't find the lions there. Ooh, that was close. But this area, very, very good for leopards. You can see along the banks here, it's very thick. Lots of big trees, lots of long grass, lots of bushes, and a very noisy car. Lots of good hiding places for any of the predators, good places for owls, good places for giraffe, elephants, buffaloes. So that's the sort of thing we're going to be looking for this morning. There now you can see OD, you can see the reeds here in the river, maybe even something like a duiker or a bushbuck could be milling around here, just hiding. Spent the night here, had food, had water, had cover. Oh, so that high-pitched noise that you can hear is a stone stuck in my wheel. So we're hoping it will come out. But I love this. So this is still part of the Timbavati River. This is very close to our eastern boundary, which is about 60 meters behind us. And it's just a beautiful section of river. There's a lot of water, there's a lot of reeds. It's just a pleasant place to drive. A lot of the big jackalberries, that's some of the trees you're seeing out there in front of us. And this is the area that Inyala female and her cub, this is their sort of territory. So we're hoping to see any sign that there may be a track crossing the river or a carcass up in the tree. If you have a look in front of us over there at the sky, you see very, very dark, very cloudy today. Not much sun, quite ominous looking in fact. But it would have been good conditions for these predators last night. You know, as I say yesterday, it's very dark, it was quite windy. It's very hard for the prey animals to detect a predator. I'm hoping Inyala female capitalized on these conditions and perhaps caught something, took it up one of these big trees. That's what we are hoping to find, but we will keep you updated.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to Ambulance Panda Private Game Reserve, where this morning we've managed to find 2 lionesses who were recently, have just woken up to a hyena that was pestering them. They got them to their feet and a little bit more awake than they were earlier, and you can see they keep scanning off to their left-hand side. My name is Matt, and behind this morning we've got Gerrit. And quite interesting to see, as soon as that hyena came investigating them, came a little bit closer to them, they got up and started scent marking quite vigorously, sort of rushed towards him. The hyena, tail between the legs, hightailed it for the hills. And now these 2 have become a little bit more awake, which is quite exciting. On our way to this airstrip, we saw a couple of impala. We saw a couple of impala off to the area or in the direction that they're walking to now. Their bellies are really full. I believe they managed to catch something last night, so still really, really full bellies. But opportunistic cats, and they don't know when their next meal is going to be, so let's see where they end up this morning. Not sure if you can hear the zebra calling behind us. Quite a few birds, that's got their attention now. All the birds on a morning like this morning with a lot less wind than yesterday have all sort of announced their presence as well. But a beautiful morning. We've sat watching these lions with the sun come up behind them and are starting to disappear. And as it starts to disappear, it looks like today's got the potential to be quite a hot day. They could, find a lovely shady spot in these thicker areas off to the right-hand side to rest those full bellies off. There's quite a large watering hole down below us to the right-hand side, but I don't think they're going to go down there this morning. They'll probably just find a spot close by with those full bellies. Not going to walk too far, but you can see them as they walk with their mouths open. When we found them this morning, panting quite heavily, trying to help digest that food. I'm going to creep a little bit further forward for us to see where these 2 end up. And the rest of the pride were all a little bit further off to our left last night at another watering hole. And they're the ones with a couple of youngsters, but now heading in the opposite direction, so I don't think they've got any intentions of meeting up. Of them as they disappear off into this thicker vegetation on the right-hand side. And once they do disappear, we might just loop around and see if we can't catch up to them, because like I was saying, they are opportunistic cats. So maybe a couple of impala up on the hillside as well that we've just seen, maybe set off to hunt. Well, what a perfect way to start our morning. As you can see, we have the Queen, who is busy strutting around and doing her thing. Funny enough, we were actually with a massive herd of buffalo, and she just popped out behind us, which is ridiculous. So we have a big herd of buffalo behind us, and then, well, her in front of us. But like I say, perfect start to the morning. My name is Tristan. On camera, I've got important this morning, and like I say, can't ask for a better way for things to kick off. I'm hoping that she's going to be around for most of the morning. She has just come out of Little Gari and is kind of moving northwards at this stage, which is a good thing, and she's kind of heading roughly in the direction of where we left her son yesterday morning. And so I'm expecting, here come all the buffalo, they're right behind us at the moment, they're about to make an appearance. She won't be too worried about them. It's not something that she has to kind of be too concerned about, because she's not going to be hunting buffalo. The buffalo are never really that perturbed by leopards. You might find the odd cantankerous bull that might chase a leopard away a little bit, but most of the time buffalo know that leopards aren't a huge threat, and I'm pretty happy for them just to kind of be on the fringe. And you can see she's not even paying attention to the leopard, to the buffalo. They on the sort of back right of where she is at the moment, and she's not even looking in their direction. She will be very much aware that they're there. She would have heard them, she would have seen them already, but she seems to be focusing on something else. So she might have seen something like a duiker or an impala or something like that, which will be far more up her street. Ooh, Tracy, I think it really depends. I think it depends on time of day, depends on the terrain that they're in. Their hearing and sight would probably be the two biggest ones. They use their sense of smell quite regularly as well, so if they feel like they've picked up where a duiker has been lying or something like that, they'll often sniff around. So all three of those senses are used heavily, plus they've got obviously the sensory whiskers, so that helps as well. I'm just going to quickly get around because she's crossing a little drainage line, which is very, very difficult to negotiate. So I'm going to just try and see if we can keep up with her. I'm just going to give you a quick view of the buffalo that are behind me at the moment. They're off to our right-hand side and are coming through. It's a nice big herd that's moving. So we have two of Africa's most iconic animals in one spot, which is pretty cool. All right, we're going to go try and catch up with Thandi. See her just slinking off in the distance. Hopefully we'll be able to get another nice view.
Well, what a sight, what I find over here. I have a silverback jackal, and looks like they are puppies. They have no care in the world. They are not shy to come close to me, and they've just been going around here. There are three of them. It is just a find. Actually, the ones to the left look slightly older. It could be the adults, but give me some time. I'll just be able to tell you who is who, but definitely the one to the right definitely is a youngster. I would give him maybe around 2 months. Who else do we have here? Yeah, looks like mommy and daddy to the left, and they're trying to lure the youngster off, away from the truck and from me. But yeah, he looks like he's listening. Yeah, into some interaction with the Thompson's gazelle. They do hunt Thompson's gazelle, mind you. They can hunt, actually they're playing with the Tommy. They're quite young. Yeah, they're all puppies, and they don't know that the Tommy can be dangerous. Yeah, they just... You want to bite something too big, more than you can chew? Yeah. It looks like they haven't seen a Thompson gazelle before. I don't know if they think they can bring it down, but definitely I can conclude that all these three are puppies. They are not fully grown, so the adults are away somewhere, and they're busy. They're learning, to forage, look for something. Looks like the one to the right. He's digging for something, but at the same time, they're just milling around this area. I'm sure their den is not very far, so in case of threat, they'll just get away. Look, do they think they can bring down a Tommy? Well, if they were adults, they can be intimidating to the Tommies. I have seen two pairs combine efforts and actually bring down a fully grown Tommy. They're usually very resilient. They will, push and disturb until, the Thompson gazelle stops, try to fight back, and then they eat it alive, very much like, wild dogs do. These three are very new, I can tell immediately. There is a scent of something that they are picking up on the road there, and they keep going around and round. Yeah, look at them. How beautiful is that? definitely puppies. The adults are away hunting. They do bring back food, either carrying it on the small jaws. Usually it's not very heavy, whatever they bring, and sometimes they regurgitate a bit of food. Mostly they will carry it. These puppies were born blind in a den, and they have been, look at this. They are still vulnerable at the moment to big birds of prey like the martial eagle. It can take one. They can get away from most other predators by jumping into the burrow and disappearing quickly. The main threat would be a leopard or a python when they're playing in the long grass. If it grabs one, yeah, that is the main threat at the moment, but looks like they're doing really, really well. Well, they are scavengers. At the same time, they're very good hunters. I would call them, they're 50-50. Usually they will hunt really well. I have seen them go for young Thompson's gazelle, young impala, young grants, and they bring it down themselves. Scrub hares, spring hares at night, they'll go for them. But during the day, if they find a carcass where the lion, the leopard, cheetah, or wild dogs have left, or hyena, they will, they won't hesitate to just jump in and eat whatever is available. How beautiful is this? It looks like they are not worried about me at all, and they're very, very close to the vehicle. How beautiful is this? There is definitely a scent they're picking on the ground. Either it is a lion or a hyena. You can tell this, the one in front, he's definitely smelling something. At the same time, he's eating something. How beautiful is that? Look at them. In a fully grown jackal can weigh up to around 4 kilos, 5 kilos. These guys here, I would say they weigh about 2. Well, I'm gonna stick around with this beautiful, find. Let's see what's happening somewhere else.
Good morning, everyone. It is a beautiful morning here in Tswalu Kalahari. I have to say, I think I prefer the mornings at the moment to the afternoons. The afternoons are blistering hot. As you can see, the bat-eared foxes that we are looking at right now are feeling the same way. And it's just because of the temperature thing. Guys, last night we had way into the night. I want to say up until 10 o'clock, it was still warm, like proper warm. So I think they also went and stayed out a little later this morning, just because they would have woken up a little later last night. It is considerably cooler at the moment, but as you can see, that reddish shine that they've got on their body already, of the sunlight starting to hit them, they're going to want to get to cover soon. I might go a little forward just to get a better view on them, because I think they might be turning back towards where their den might be, or so. Let's just do this. There we go. But yeah, always special to see these little guys being active, all the nocturnal animals. That's what makes the Kalahari so special. I just love those ears. You can see, even though they seem to be quite on a mission at the moment, those ears still pointing down, constantly listening for things to dig out and feed on. It always amazes me how good their hearing is. But yeah, guys, as you can see now, I know a while back, Kyle had a family of bat-eared foxes, with the puppies still being with them. These ones are now, there's a little digging going on. These are now in a mated pair, and they are going to have a den site here somewhere, And I'm pretty sure there's a possibility that the pups might have already been born. Definitely. There's a little snack. Possibility that the pups are already born. However, typically you'll find them mostly going or having their puppies around middle to end of October, and then in November properly. Just waiting a little bit longer for the rain to come and the insect activity to pick up and so on, so that there's enough food for them to sustain their bodies while they're taking care of those pups. But they are just beautiful, so special. And as you can see, they're zigzagging quite a bit. There's never a real distinct path that they'll take. It's not like a hyena that decides, okay, you know what, I'm heading in this direction today, and he goes and goes and goes until he hears something or smells something or sees something that he can scavenge on. For them, it's all about getting what is going on underneath the ground. So with that being the case, you see the activity always being very, I almost want to say irregular, zigzagging around and walking in circles and so on. We just had a question from Alice. What do they seek? What do they feed on? Alice, a number of invertebrates, so mainly insects living underneath the ground, so like scorpions, little beetles, dung beetle larvae, those types of things. Also, if they do get lucky and they find something like a legless skink, they'll go for that as well. But mainly insects. And I want to say during this time of the year, before we have the proper rains and all the insect activity comes to life, their diet is going to consist mainly of things like termites and maybe a little bit of ants, but consistently feeding on termites. When the rain comes and they get the scorpion activity picks up and those types of things, then their diet will change slightly more to that. But at the moment, probably mostly termites that they're looking for. You'll also see them when they are digging. It will most of the time be just next to a tuft of grass or next to a clump of trees or so, there where the termite or ant activity is at its highest. There's a little bit of clouds also coming in today, which is great. It's not much. I don't think it's going to change the temperature of the day, but it's just keeping it cooler for a little while longer. Guys, we're going to head over to where we left those cheetah cubs yesterday afternoon and see if they're still there, okay?
Well, we're still trying to follow Tandy through a very thick block. She's just in front of us here at the moment. She seems like she's hunting rather than going back towards her cub. I was hoping she was going to go back towards the cub, but I think these buffalo are slowly kind of herding her along because they're just sort of following in behind. But she keeps sort of looking and then stopping and listening and twitching, and it's almost like she's in a bit of a stalk mode. I can't see what it is that she's seen. She's also doing quite funny movements in terms of her direction is not straight. Generally, when they see something that they want to stalk, they pretty much move in a sort of straight line to where it is, using the available cover, whereas she's kind of going north, south, east, west at the moment, and is a little bit all over the place. But this is how she does things. Often her technique when it comes to hunting is to try and zigzag through these thickets and basically flush something. So she's looking for things like duiker particularly and scrub hares. Those are the firm favorites of Tandy. She likes to hunt smaller animals. It's much easier for her, well, what she's worked out is it's easier for her to grab smaller prey animals and be able to not only eat them, but also get them out of the way of hyenas much quicker. So she's learned that big carcasses like impalas and young kudu and these kinds of things get robbed from her pretty regularly. So she targets much smaller things. And I think she's worked out that, those animals she can actually eat, and they are small enough that she can kind of take them wherever she wants to. But you can see how it's going to start to become quite tricky after this rains. If you look at all the new little green leaves, in a few months' time, she wouldn't even be visible behind where she is right now. All of those green leaves will have grown a lot more, and she'll completely disappear behind them. So it's still pleasant at the moment because we haven't had a huge sort of explosion of the leaves just yet, but it's going to get fairly dense in areas like this pretty quickly, which will play into her hands in many respects. She'll, operate and be a lot more successful in terms of her ability to hunt when it gets thicker. All right, well, we're going to stay with her. Hopefully she's going to sit up on that tree and pose for us nicely. So we're going to try to get a better view and see what she gets up to.
Okay, guys, so I actually got a tip-off from HQ or FC that the Birmingham Pride was somewhere along our eastern boundary, and they were right. We managed to find them here. Here you can see we got the young white female, and I've counted so far at least 11 lions in and around this area. But just have a look there. As you zoom in out, look at the color. She's got a little bit of red on her face. Maybe a bit of blood or something small. No, they don't look too full. Or something small. There's one of the young males. Now, where we are is pretty close to the tar road and or to our boundary. And that's what that young male is looking at. Cars there, and he's out on there. There, as you can see that mane coming out at the bottom. Looking quite beautiful, actually. He might take a seat there now. Just what? Oh, look at that big yawn. Beautiful. If he lies down, see how quickly disappears in the grass. And we were driving in here, so these ones were obviously all walking towards us. And I think a few more might be coming. One just in front of us. I'm going to move my head. You can see how close that one is. You can see actually two there, the one standing up and the one just behind. So they're smelling. I think there's another lion behind us somewhere. I didn't see it, but these ones all look like they were going somewhere, going after or at somebody. But you can see this is one of the young ones. For all of you guys that were watching yesterday with the leopard, we're talking about the nose and the color of the nose to sort of identify age. You can see quite clearly on this female here, quite a pink nose. So she's still very young. The pinker the nose, the younger they are. The body language, lifting her nose, trying to smell something in the wind. As I said, the other lion they were trying to follow, or maybe an impala, a wildebeest, waterbuck. Could be anything. Trying to decide, do I want to go there? She keeps looking back at some of her siblings, finding what she wants to do. Venture off by herself. Got a comment from John Snow that I agree with 100%. John Snow says this is such a gorgeous pride. John Snow, they are indeed just beautiful, beautiful pride. Like every one of them in very good condition, beautiful coat, and just big, healthy lions. No, you are very correct, John Snow. Very correct. We're very lucky to have them. But if you remember, yesterday, early afternoon, when we were looking at the Birmingham Pride, I was telling you that they are venturing a bit more sort of off avant-garde into the surrounding areas. So in fact, this morning, Odie and I saw tracks of them, flying, and it looked like they were heading off our eastern boundary. I think they did, drank some water, they came back in onto Ngala now, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. Crossed back into Ngala, which is wonderful. We all thought they had left. Always good. Just need to see what they're going to do. Going to stay here. They're walking somewhere. See that female actually a little bit restless. Oh, how's that camouflage? I don't even see her there. Crazy how they disappear. But you see, it was also a lot browner and yellower here, the grass, than where we were with the leopard last night. There was a lot more greenery there. Got a lot to do with the soil here. We also sort of up on a rise. So a lot of the rain just sort of rolled down this into the lower lying areas, where there it will be a bit more green. Yeah, one of the older lionesses that you can see right now, she's a bit further back up on the bank, and it looks like all of these youngsters are going to be heading up in that direction. You can see a lot of them here are starting to stand up and walk that way. There goes the little white female. A little bit of daytime. While the weather's still nice and cool. Okay, so we got a question from Sassy Cassie. Now, before we get to that question, though, Sassy Cassie asked the question like 2 days ago that I did actually get the answer to about the impala lambs and when they eat grass and milk. So they suckle, Sassy Cassie, we said 4 to 6 months, and we decided that they will be eating grass or solid foods at about 2 months, maybe even a bit younger. But Sassy Cassie's question here was, will we be getting more white lions? You know, now that there are, we got this female, we got the young male, and it's hard to say. I think there are more white lions than obviously that we see. This area that we're in is very, very big. In fact, they did actually see a young white lion that we haven't seen before. They saw it in a plane. Plane was flying over the area, and they did manage to see one. But north and east of where we currently are. I don't know the exact details. I just got the picture of it. So they are being born, Sassy Cassie. They are around somewhere. So I think their numbers will be increasing, but if they survive is the question. If they survive. What we're going to try to do, though, is see if we can move the vehicle, get a little bit closer to where all those lions have gone, up on the bank. So if you just give me a minute, see if we can get around there.
From the lions to elephants here in the Masai Mara, where we have a big family. You can see they're all very calm. You can see the youngsters playing over there. One is actually scratching onto mom. Wow, that is interesting. And those two little ones are actually struggling to eat. They all look about big black or dark grey because of the rain, and some of them are mud wallowing. There's so much moisture and water in the grass, so they're enjoying this. So it means before they go to a water hole, they'll at least utilize the amount of water that is within that grass. So this is a breeding herd because we have lots of young ones here. So this family units consist of the matriarch, the sisters, and their youngsters, and also cousin. So sometimes you find that when big herds come up, they'll split, and then blood relative will take over and split, going to two different herds, because you find that sometimes these herds become bigger, and when, oh, look at those two youngsters, super playful this morning. So if those two are boys, the boys can also be adventurous. If they're males rather, they'll be so much adventurous. But females will also follow the matriarch knowledge, because females never leave the natural herds. When the boys or the young males get to an adolescent stage of about 12, about 17, they'll leave these herds and walk to Lisa. I agree with you, such beautiful white tusk, because it rained, so at least the rain has washed all the dirt that was on the tusks. That's a young bull there. So bulls sometimes will come and interact with the herds, but they'll wander off if none of the females might be in estrus or concern with them. So they walk off in other home ranges where they'll find other females to analyze or to check if they're ready to mate. You find sometimes these matriarchs that lead these herds are the ones that will choose who to mate with, because they are experienced and they want bigger bulls for stronger genes. But the youngsters, the ones that have got into adolescence and start mating, will pick any male. We have other people coming to enjoy this sighting. They just left. I'm sure everyone wants to see elephants. Look at that big bull there. He's walking around, and when they're here, they actually control this herd. You can see all of them are in a standstill. So you wonder what kind of communication goes through this kind of herd. So these family groups are led by these matriarchs who will lead and play a very important role. So this looks like a nice herd. I'm going to stick around here and watch them see where they want to go as I take you over to another live location.
Beautiful. So we now back into this very den of a hyena this morning. So lucky that I keep on checking this den here for a couple of, since yesterday, but it was not active. So it's so good that you can able to see young one already coming out to play around. And it's just because the parents also, two parents are here, and they're a lot comfortable to able to come out. So they do a lot of foraging the whole night. Look at this canine agate. Look at them. So they're well built up with very strong bite, jaws, so strong more than a lion can. And you look at these teeth showing up there. Looks like they're so playful, coming right close to us. Look at this young one. And that's kind of a playing, you know, so this one doing kind of a pest, walk over the bushes, and that's how they communicate, you know. They have anal gland, which when they do that, the secretion able to stay in that wood as they walk. Yeah, it's indeed so beautiful. We're so privileged this morning to be able to spend time with these hyena cubs. Looks like two different ages there. Look like the one still dark, still so young, not able to show a lot of spots in that one. At this stage, the puppies will remain in this very den here, and then only time they get up, this is when their parents here. But I'm not kind of sure. When we get down here, the parents were lying down. You're right.
Well, look what we just came across, not very far from where we saw the jackals earlier on. This is one of the river pride females, and she had made a kill yesterday in the Olololo area's pride area, and now looks like she's on a mission to go somewhere. I think she's heading towards where she had hidden the cubs. Remember, I have been very, very desperate to see these cubs. I haven't seen them at all. I know they're somewhere here in the river or somewhere close to the marsh, and looks like she made a last kill because she's full of blood. So my guess is either she's going to pick them out and take them to the kill, or she's just going to rest. But I'm very excited to follow her. She's full belly. They don't get bigger than this, I promise you. She's so full, it's unbelievable. I think she has eaten exactly. They normally say they eat about 40 kilograms of meat. I think she has eaten that much. The way she's walking, she's losing a lot of heat using the mouth. Definitely, she has eaten a lot of meat. I'm gonna try and get close to her so I don't lose sight of her. She's all alone. But at the kill, there were two. So I don't know where the other one is. Is she gonna sit with the kill while this one goes and fetches the cubs? I'm not sure, but I'm gonna try and get close to her, so don't you go anywhere. As we take you to another different vehicle, I'm gonna try and get close to her, and maybe she's gonna reveal the cubs to us. That's gonna be amazing.
Sorry about that. This is so great with this clan of hyena right here. And since they haven't stopped running around playing with this young one, and one of the adults just vanished, I'm not sure, it looks like went off. And this could be the way of maybe trying to make sure they're back to the den before these bigger ones before they vanish also. Trying to get around, moved for a hunt. This kind of a weather condition for them, it's also very important that they can able to they have a lot of energy for them to be able to hunt and non-stop with this weather, cloudy this morning. So, sorry guys, you saw that, they're very close to the car here, and they all surround, but making, kind of a very small frequency sound. They're so playful looking animals. You can see that it's very hard to actually able to film them right away, but one time for sure they will be so static. Maybe it's been a long time for them not seen in a car around here. Janath, good morning. You want to know where other cubs is? So we got one which is still dark right close to us, but there's 3 of them right in that entrance as you can see. Actually, like I say, this is my first time to see this clan here, or I know them for sure, but I haven't seen these cubs for since they were born. I haven't actually have a privilege for that. But, you know, what I can see, 3 of them there, just staring at us. And the 4th one is the only youngest one that it's outside of that den permanently running around with this older one. But I'm sure if there is more there, they will definitely going to come out, and they're very playful, you know, especially cubs. And when they have their parents around here, they all feel comfortable and trusting that nothing will threaten them. If it's so, then the adult will be able to experience any danger coming in immediately. They'll run into that hole for safety. You can repeat that question for me that I couldn't copy well. What?
Are they triplets?
No, they are kind of a different looking age, so probably different mother. And no, for sure, it's very... Usually when I give birth to 2, 3 cubs, but usually when maybe one survive, or chance of 2 of them survive. But here we see all that came out of that hole there, probably from the different mother, I think. And they have a unique way of survive this creature, where they form such a big clan for sure, but they, in terms of looking after these babies, they don't cross-breed, cross-cycle for sure. In terms of feeding each other's babies milk, everybody has to make sure they're back here for their own baby, able to give them a milk. But for sure, there can be a big clan around in an area where there's a lot of hyena. 40, 30 of them have been seen in a huge clan. What happened is they split apart, where usually when they're denning, only maybe 4, 7 of them able to occupy the mound, and then the rest will occupy somewhere else. But for them able to communicate only during the night when they're up forage, look for the food, and they can able to communicate and gather up again. I'm gonna stick in this very den here, see what happened with this hyenas.
Okay, so we managed to find a new position where we could see quite a few of these lions now. So they actually have been very kind and gone up to the top of this big rocky mound. So as you can see, all of them spread out here beautifully. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, possibly up to 12 of them lying around here. There you can see some more. So there's the young male. That's the one on the right that you can see there with the mane. It's like a beautiful area. You can see the rolling mountains, hills in the background. Just beautiful atmosphere that myself and OD are currently experiencing. We're the only people here at the moment, and it is just wonderful. We get the feeling, though, that there's a few more of these lions around, because you can see a lot of them have their heads up. They are looking around. They are smelling around. And I believe some of the older females are, I think, a little bit further down behind this mound. Look at his mane. Look at that young white male's mane. Gonna lift up his head now. That's an intricate question. A very detailed question. Stuck in Bed. So Stuck in Bed wants to know how many white lions there are. It depends, stuck in bed. So what I would classify as naturally occurring white lions. So this is my personal thing, is naturally occurring. So you follow their ancestry as far back as you want, and all of their parents are wild. Lions like that, as far as I know, there are 4. So there's these 2 here that we see, and there's that one older male. I think he's about 3 or 4 years old now, part of sort of northern Sabi Sands area. And then there's that picture of the young white one that I told you about earlier. So those are the 4 that I know of that are naturally occurring wild white lions. But now, stuck in bed, if you're talking about just general white lions in the world, there's quite a lot more. You know, you go to some other reserves and they have white lions, but their parents at a stage were sort of captive, for want of a better word. And they are now wild. They could be 3rd or 4th generation wild at the moment, but their parents were not born in the wild. So it just depends on how you quantify whatever the ancestry of the white lion. So as I said, stuck in bed, it's a bit tricky. But the white lion population in the world is not too bad. But naturally occurring, there's these 4. The 2 that we're seeing, and as I said, the one in the Sabi Sands and the one northeast of where we currently are. And that is it. So it's very, very special to see. And as we said a few months ago, and I'm sure every ranger that has showed you them has said it's an incredibly special thing that we are witnessing right now. Or any time that you see them, incredibly special. I mean, even OD, who's been here for many months now, still gets super excited when we do see them. So Beverly wants to know how many white lions there are in the Birmingham Pride. So Beverly, when all of the lions are here, including the 2 dominant males, which are the Ross males, the Pride now numbers 18 lions in the Birmingham Pride. So it's very, very big. I mean, it is a massive pride, 18 of them. That is including the 2 newest ones, those young cubs that were born during the lockdown. They make up sort of number 17 and number 18. So it's a very big pride. They shouldn't remain this big for too much longer, you know. As I said, these 3 young males, possibly even that young Birmingham male, when they get to a certain age, the 4 of them might all leave, which will then drop the number back down to 14. But then the females will get pregnant again, have some more cubs. And the number will probably fluctuate back up to around 20. But if a pride gets too big, they will break up. And I'm sure you've heard, but at one stage, I think back in 2014 or 15, Beverly, the Birmingham Pride numbered about 32 lions. Now that is just massive. That is just an incredible force of power, 52 lions, Beverly. So then, understandably, you can't feed that many lions, so they broke up. And that's why we've got the Birmingham Breakaway, which you have seen on these live safaris. And there's a good chance that these Birminghams will have to get to that stage. They keep having a lot of females in their litters, then they will break up again at some stage when they number probably the high 20s. They'll break up and form 2 separate prides again. Because you imagine, even like us, 18 lions, if they're all together, I mean, they got to hunt often. You know, a buffalo shared between 18 lions is not a lot of food. That will last them, Beverly, maybe a day and a half. But then they're going to hunt again like 2 or 3 days later because there's just so many of them. That actually becomes a bit of a hindrance if the pride gets too big.
Well, we had a lioness and she has disappeared onto the trees. I'm hoping that she's going to bring out the rest of the pride. She's disappeared. You see her tail? Yeah, she's somewhere in there. There, you can only see the tail. You go left, kushoto. She's somewhere in there. The only thing we can see are the tails at the moment. I'm hoping that, she's gonna come out maybe with the surprise. I'm gonna sit here and wait, but while we do that, there's also another lioness who's coming from a distance, and I don't know if we'll be able to actually capture her because she's a very long way and she's resting on a termite mound. So I don't know. I'm just sitting here now. Everything is just okay. I'm gonna sit here, wait a little bit, see what's going to happen. Maybe she's gonna come out with the cubs.
Welcome back, everybody, to like us lions that disappeared, like the ones you've just seen in the Mara disappeared, to these three cheetah who quite amusingly have a bit of an audience gathered to their right hand side. There's a family of warthog who are edging closer and closer, investigating the three of them, and then bolting back away every so often. Have a look at how close this one's now getting to these cheetah. It's, I think, if 50 meters from them. The cheetah managed to catch an impala yesterday, so they've all got relatively full bellies. But these warthog, who can do some serious damage to things like cheetah with the tusks of theirs, especially because there's some young here that they're protecting. But have a look now. Maybe this cheetah just chases them away. It doesn't want them to interfere with their morning. They're all quite happily. There's a mom and two youngsters now that they're lying flat are quite tricky to see. But with the warthog edging closer and closer, maybe they stand up again, and we might even get lucky and see one of those cheetah chase these warthog. They're now super close. That first warthog must be about 20 odd meters from these cheetah. And have a look, it's almost like a gang gaining confidence with the youngsters coming up behind mom. But as soon as one of the cheetah gets up, you're going to see those warthog head for the hills to the right hand side. One of the younger cheetahs, the youngsters are just over about a year old. Both got their heads pricked up. Mom just goes to show the experience, lying flat now. But the two youngsters look at us every so often, and then keep watching this family of warthog. Let's see how this pans out. Janet commenting that today is a day full of cats. Absolutely, we've been spoiled this morning with those two lionesses initially and a somewhat brief interaction with hyena, and now these three cheetah and this family of warthog who, like I say, keep sort of plucking up the courage to get closer and closer. Cheetah with their full bellies, I'm not so interested at the moment in them. That warthog can't be further than about 50 meters from those cheetah now. I don't think that mom would try and take something as big as a sow or female warthog down, just because she would be quite protective with the youngsters. And she can do some serious damage with those tusks. And those two youngsters not quite at the age where they can start fending for themselves. So rather happy in their shady patch, just being entertained by these pigs this morning. Amazing to see the younger piglets all with their heads up like that, trying to sort of gauge what's going on, what these cheetah are all about. Back off a little bit, go close and investigate. A very, very interesting match up. Now coming back, leading the charge, this female warthog. Jenny, you're asking if warthog have a good sense of smell? Absolutely, they do. Their eyesight, is somewhat interfered with long grass and things like that where they are now. They'll struggle to see through areas that have longer grass. They're quite lucky. This area the grass is relatively flat, but they've got an extremely good sense of smell, warthog, in their hearing. But it looks like, today's fun and games are over. The family of warthog have decided to leave the cheetah in peace, call it a truce, if we can call it that, and carry on for the morning. What I might do in a short while is see if we can't creep a little bit closer to these cheetah and get another view of the youngsters. We might be able to see then a little bit better the long fluffy hair on the back of their necks, and just a lot smaller in comparison to the size of mom, and a formidable mother, this mom. She, like I said, managed to catch something yesterday and provide for her two youngsters. So really good at what she does. And this area that we're driving through now, in fact the whole reserve is really, really green and lush at the moment. We've had some good early rains, and it's now coming up to that time of year where those piglets that you saw were probably born around this time last year, where again we'll see tiny little warthog piglets, things like impala lambs, or with this lush green grass coming through to make the most of that for their newborns. And just like that, those warthog have disappeared. I'm going to try now just to creep a little bit closer to these cheetah and see if we can't get a closer view of them out. So the next time you come to us, hopefully we've got these three who we can see a little bit closer and a little bit more in detail. That, like I said, the long fluffy hair behind their necks. But we're going to go off to another location for now, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Well, as you can see, Thandi has, decided to take a bit of a break, and there's a very, very specific reason for this. It's been absolutely fascinating watching her this morning because she has zigzagged her way, and initially I thought maybe she was hunting, but what she's actually been doing is she's slowly been going back towards her cub, but she's been doing it in the most clever way possible. Is her movements zigzagging across thickets and in and out and up on mounds and logs is all specifically designed for her not to be able to be easily followed. So we had a hyena that came in at one point very briefly and then left again, and it was trying to sniff her out, but because she keeps climbing onto logs and things like that, the hyena's getting quite confused and wasn't able to follow her. So she was moving slowly, and she was heading pretty much towards where the cub is, but now she just got seen by monkeys, and there's monkeys alarm calling in the background. You might just be able to hear it. Those monkeys are shouting, and so what she's done is she knows that monkeys are attracting attention to her. They're shouting because they've seen a predator, and so she's lying down and pretending like she's sleeping until the monkeys stop. Once the monkeys stop, then you'll find she'll probably get up and start walking again back towards the cub. So she's incredibly intelligent. She's obviously an experienced female who has raised a number of different cubs, and she knows exactly what she's doing in order to try and get back to the cub without bringing any danger with her. Her movements obviously attract attention, and so she doesn't want to drag hyenas or lions or another leopard back to the cub and endanger that cub's life. And so what she's doing is just basically pretending, which is crazy. It's amazing intelligence that they have. Awesome. Like I said, that all comes with experience. So a female that is younger and is maybe not had litters of cubs, so let's say Tlalamba, she wouldn't have that same experience to know that she's going to lead things back to the cubs as much as they do. And so that's why she's just kind of going to wait and hope that everything sort of quietens down, and those younger females will eventually learn those traits as well. As they have trial and error, so they might lose a cub or something happens, they'll start to learn, okay, it's time to start, doing things a little bit differently. And it's fascinating to watch a leopard's movements. Unfortunately for her, though, is that I think she's not going to be able to sleep for too long here. The buffalo herd is still slowly kind of moving in behind her. They've sort of been nudging her along all morning, making her kind of move with them. So her rest is going to be short-lived. You're going to find the rest of them are going to start coming through, and they're going to make her, unfortunately, move a little bit at some stage as well. Seriously cool to watch, though. I know it just looks like a sleeping leopard, but it's actually fascinating behavior to witness. It's not her actually napping. You can see how her eyes open every now and then. So as soon as it quietens down a little bit and the monkeys stop, then you find that she kind of opens her eyes. As long as the monkeys are shouting at her, she's going to stay with her head down like this. And she knows that she's got a bit of cover. There's this little bush that's fallen over behind her and a bit of bank of grass. And so the monkeys eventually will kind of think, okay, she's gone. Stop shouting. They'll go and start to forage. It's that time of the day where they're looking for food, so they'll start to move from tree to tree, and that will then give her a chance to start kind of getting up and going again, which is perfect for us. It's going to make our lives better because a lot of people will start to lose interest in her sleeping like this. And so hopefully we can actually stay with her all the way to the cub and see that little intimate moment, which will be nice.
And it's been quite an incredible morning. We got lions here, we got leopards at Juma, there's cheetahs, I think, at Pinda. It's a very cat-filled morning, which is amazing. So here, I was just chatting to Odie, so you can see there that one young male. So he's sitting next to the Birmingham male, and what we've seen is that every young male that passes that older young male greets him. Sometimes they lie down there, but it seems to be quite a close connection. So me and Odie are thinking there's a very, very high chance we'll all leave together. This is the most sort of affection or comfort or sort of relationship that I've seen between these young males and the sub-adult male. It's a really promising sign, because I was just working it out now, and that sub-adult male is over 4 years old, which is old. They're very old to still be in the pride. And these other ones are now just over 2 years. They're about 2 years and 2 months. So it'll be a formidable coalition if they leave together. Look how beautiful he looks. Look at the size of his head, how wide it is there by the ears, how big his mane is already at just over 2 years of age. Doesn't have that mohawk at the top of the head between the ears just yet. You can see his nose starting to darken a little bit, but actually quite a mean look about him. And those white stripes under the eyes that we were talking about yesterday, of them hunting at night. They're very handsome young male lion, that one. Very handsome. All of the males are very handsome. Lead lioness. So the white dot female is here, the lead lioness of the pride. We can't see her. She's just a bit behind the vehicle, but it does look like she might make her way up the bank. If she does come into an area we'll definitely show you. But I think her and her sister are the two females, two adults. See? And there you see the rest of them. I mean, so what you can see now with this is the young one. Where she is, there's actually 1, 4, 7 lions cuddled there around her. So you can see a few with their heads up. You can see those, so what Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another 3 lions mixed inside there, just lying in the grass. Actually incredible. How, not me specifically, but how rangers in general, be it Mara, Juma, anywhere, find these animals, the trackers, how they work, is just, it's amazing. I mean, you're talking about areas, Ngala itself, 15,000 hectares, but they can track in the grass like this, in the camouflage, in the drainage lines, the riverbed, things like that, and they can find these animals, be it lions, leopards, elephants, giraffe, whatever it is. It's very impressive. It is very impressive. You do it day in, out. Sometimes these guys, so from where we saw these lions yesterday to here, it's not actually that far. It's maybe only about 3 kilometers, maybe just over. They took a more of a circular route to get here. I think they went via open camp, maybe a little bit of water at the water hole there, and then they came back onto and beyond Ngala. So their route was a bit longer, but directly, as I said, it's only about 3 kilometers. It's not that far. But they can travel sometimes 12, 14 kilometers in a night. So we got a question. I think the name was either like Dylan or Rom or something. I couldn't copy it really. But wanting to know, can too many lions be a negative impact on an animal population? 100%. They can definitely be a negative impact. Because lions are predators. You know, if you get in a certain area, if you get an overpopulation of predators, they're going to hunt out all of the prey. So it might take a few years to do that, but it will happen. And obviously nature has the ability to balance itself out, especially in a big area. I mean, I'm sure you've heard before, but and beyond Ngala, you know, the animals can venture an area here over 2 million hectares. So it's a very big area. So it has the ability to sort of self-sustain. So you get too many predators, they hunt too much prey, there's no food now. So then the predators will die off. And as the predators die off, the prey numbers rise again because now there's less predators. And it does find an equilibrium in nature. The problem comes in when you got a small, controlled, fenced-in area where it cannot naturally balance itself. Because then you get an area where you got too many lions and they let the wildebeest population. So now these lions hunt 80% of the wildebeest. There's no new wildebeest coming in. There's no area for these wildebeest to go to get away from this lion population. So the only way for that reserve, whatever it may be, is to relocate wildebeest onto their property. But then it becomes a bit of an issue. You know, a place like we are, nature takes care of it, the balance will equalize. But in a fenced-in area, yes, it can be a problem. But that works both ways. You know, you can have too many of a herbivore. And maybe you've got too many elephants. They're pushing over too many trees. They are uprooting too many bushes. And that can also have a negative. So it works both ways, predator and prey. But it definitely is a factor that a lot of the sort of conservationists, even the ecologists, things like that, have to factor in. In terms of bringing an animal into a new area, there's a lot of research and thought that goes into it. You can't just bring an animal into an area. I know it happened. There's a place just outside of Cape Town where they wanted to bring in new animals. They were rehabilitating an area, making it into a game reserve. And before they could bring an animal in, they had to prove firstly that that animal already existed in that area in the past. Maybe they got hunted out or died out, whatever it may be. But they had to prove that the animal did occur there before they could bring it in. Because otherwise you bring in an animal, doesn't suit that environment, it dies off, and that's unethical, it's unfair. So there's a lot of thought, a lot of work that goes into it. And in those fenced areas, population control is very important. A lot of them will sort of relocate animals, switch a lion for a leopard or a lion for a cheetah or an elephant for giraffe, whatever it may be, with areas around them, just to try and bring diversity in terms of genes, diversity in terms of animals. It's very, very intricate. A lot of the job out here is so much more than just animals. It's so much more than just finding the animal or tracking it down or knowing how old it is, if it's the male, if it's the female. There's so much more to it. And that's what keeps it so interesting. Every single day, you are learning something new. You are seeing some new behavior. You are learning a new piece of information that's now matching up. And it's now, oh, that makes sense because of that. Very, very, very cool. And with weather like this is the best. Like, remember yesterday, it was a very hot day. The lions were quite active, but I was very surprised at how active they were. We're now overcast, bit of a breeze. Yeah, many of these heads are up. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 heads up. And we've got some lions moving on the right there. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get a view of them over the car. He's going to try. And swing. That looks like they're coming into the shot. There we go. So that one at the front there, you can actually see that white dot. Look at her back left flank. There's a very, very small white dot there. So that is the lead lioness. You can see a very old face, black nose, showing her age. We think probably around 14, 15 years old. It looks like she's coming in here to join up with the rest of the pride.
Welcome back, everybody, to And Beyond Phinda, from flat lions at Ngala to a couple of flat cheetah here at Phinda. Mom, who you saw now, is busy rubbing her head, getting rid of an itch maybe on the ground. Was sitting up a little bit earlier. There were a couple of impala that I think she noticed off in the distance, but clearly not too fazed by them because she's now lying flat again. But she, out of the three of them, lying with her head a little bit more up, just making sure the coast is clear of things like lions that you have just seen being competition for the same prey. They'll try and get rid of that competition. So this mom has to be extra vigilant of things like lions, leopards, and even hyena. You might have seen I think it was Damon who had an interaction between rhino and cheetah not so long ago. They just sort of have a bit of a stare off, come really, really close to one another, and then the cheetah will move off. But now you can see lying next to Mom is one of the youngsters who, okay, now it's popped its head up, but it was lying with its head, yep, like you see there, flat on the ground. You keep seeing those ear twitches quite regularly, maybe the flick of the tail every so often, but all three of them are twitching their ears. They've got those horrible little biting flies that will constantly be flying around their ears, biting their ears, and are actually somewhat of a nuisance to them. So with a lot of the cats, you'll see them, there's a flick of the tail from Mom, but you're constantly twitching those ears of theirs. You might just be able to see now, as that youngster lies, the claws of the cheetahs. Cheetahs don't have retractable claws like lions or leopards. It's actually quite nice to see now those claws that they use as extra traction as they're running at those high speeds. And out here, ideal for them to do that. There are some really thick areas here on Phinda, but out here is where you get to see them stretch their legs and run at those speeds. Those warthogs have now made an appearance, the same ones that we were watching earlier up in the distance. You have a look at that tail in picture as well, with a couple of flies flying around there. And if they land on a part where they can bite, they'll part of flesh, they'll be able to cause a tail flick. And that one that you see there looks like a young male. And if I look now with my binoculars at the other one, he's also a young male, and he looks like he's got a little bit of a wound on his backside. Like that was the male that we were looking at, and the other one I think is a female. So these two for the foreseeable future will be together, at least until the three of them, until they are around 18 months, 2 years old, and then probably a little bit longer than that, until they're about 2.5 years old before they go off in their own way. The female will probably look to start a family. She might start entering that. She might come into estrus and mate for the first time and have a set of cubs of her own, and then the male will have to fend for himself and eventually establish a territory for himself. These three look quite content here for now. I don't think they're going to move too far. It's already starting to warm up here, and I think that's where they'll remain for the majority of the day. So we might carry on and see what else we can find this morning.
Beautiful. Cheetahs was one of the awesome animals to watch, more especially when they have their young one, which here in this den is very much the same, with this whole clan or 3 of the adults here. And what we can see right now is only one mother remaining and allowing her young one to drink. The other 3 have went back to the den. There was a lot of a pushing of one another here, and they finally decided to go back to the den because their mother's not here. So it's not worth for them to be able to wander around. But they might come back, you know, they definitely will come back. You can see one of these other hyena going into that mother to step the young one not to drink. Sorry. A lot of time hyena, they don't like allowing the different baby coming to drink if it's not theirs. And once in a while I've seen that happen. One of the baby died right in the den, and because the mother didn't return back to the den, probably something happened and probably die not to come back to the same clan, and the young one starve. And every time the young one trying to drink from the different mother, and it was kicked off. And eventually, a week later, find it dead right on the eastern side of Torchwood Camp. It's one of the rock caves in there where they used to den as well. Could be the same clan in this area. But yeah, it's so sad to see that happen. But in hunting situations, they all carry on social together, help one another, and they all surround. You know, big cats, if it's a single or 2 lionesses, 7 or 8 hyena would try to take kill out of that 2 lionesses or single lionesses. In some area where there's a lot of hyena, they even give a lot of problem to male lion, which they come in a whole bunch, probably 20 hyena at the same time. And of course, there's no winning situation for a single lion. Eventually, we'll just move off, forget about the meat, and this is how they steal from other big cats as well. They can hunt for their own. They're capable of hunting very well as well. You won't believe how they do that, but the
Oh, hello everybody. Sorry about that. It seems as though there is some technical difficulties. Now, it looks like we're just looking at some trees. I think she's gone further to the left already, Seb. We are looking for a lioness. She's going to pop out. I'm going to show you. She was moving somewhere here. But, oh, there she is. Oh, you got her. Sorry, we're just in a strange position. She actually moved a little bit further. I'm going to introduce myself in a minute. Don't stress about it right now. Let's have a look at this lioness while we have her, because it is not very often that we get to spend time with this girl. But if you were watching the Sunset Safari last night, it is the same young lioness that goes by the name of Lagatha. We've been tracking her all morning long. She's walked an incredibly big distance. I suppose not that long for a lion, but I'd be exhausted. And she's come back to sort of her home turf, where she normally lives around Leopard Dam. She's still got a bit of a way to go, though, before she gets there. I'm going to sit quietly, because I wonder if you can... Okay, I won't sit quietly. My name is Taylor McCurdy. On camera is Sebastian Romby. We are at Pridelands, part of Baluli Game Reserve, Greater Kruger, all of the things. But there's a herd of impala that are scattered around through here, and every now and then you can hear them alarming. They're not very impressed with her. I think she should pop out again. Here she comes. You might be able to hear the impala. I'm listening quietly. Maybe not so much. The impala are actually behind us now, so I don't know if the mic is going to pick it up too well. But she's got her ears pricked. She's looking on the slender side. It's a nice, cool, overcast day. When we first found her, she was sitting up on a termite mound, and she did have a little peek into one of the holes, so I think she does want to eat something. I mean, obviously, predators want to eat something all the time, a bit like me. But they have to work a lot harder. I can just go to the fridge, which makes it a lot easier. So we're going to try and give her lots of space this morning and not get too close to her, and take long distance views, because if she does see something, the last thing we want to do is interfere with the hunt in any way. So we're very fortunate to have these cameras that are able to film very, very long distances. She's just paused. She's just listening now. She's probably about 60, 70 meters away from us now. So what I will need to do is reverse out of here. Or no, she's going to lay down. Okay, no, we'll just sit here for a bit then. And we will reposition at another point. But I'm actually not sure if we are still live or Final Control has our comms. Okay, sorry everybody, it seems as though we don't have any communication at all. Oh, there we go. Now we have communication. Right, I'm going to try and reposition to get a clearer view of this lioness, and I think we'll try and stick with her for the rest of the morning.
Well, hopefully Taylor will manage in getting a clearer view of the lioness. We have a very clear view of Thandi at the moment, and you can see that she is still down and sleeping. So what she's been sitting here for, is, as we were explaining, is the relationship between her and other animals has been fascinating to watch. So as she's been lying here, the buffalo have skirted around her and have started to move off, which means that she's not getting that pressure from behind. And the monkeys have just started to go quiet in the last, probably about the last 3-4 minutes. We've stopped hearing them alarm call. And so what I think she's going to do is just sit here for a little bit longer, sleep like this, and then she'll start to wake up just now and start to go. She's very lucky though in that It's not very hot today, so she was able to just find any old spot. It doesn't matter that there's no shade for her. It's overcast, and it's the perfect conditions just to sit and wait it out. She doesn't have to rush anywhere. It also doesn't look like her tummy is full or there's any blood on her face, so that doesn't indicate that there's a kill that she needs to get back to. I think she's just wanted to go and check up on her cub. Remember that she left him now almost kind of 36 hours ago. So it's good to go and just check up on him and see what he's up to. But for now, she's taking it easy. The only problem that she has that's still irritating her is biting flies. So when you have big herds of buffalo, like the one that we had that was around the area, is that they generally attract a large number of pesky flying insects, and they've been landing on her quite regularly and irritating her, particularly in her ears. They often go into the ears and onto the eyes and the nose, and it causes all kinds of issues for a leopard. They really don't enjoy it at all. So every now and then you'll see her ear will flick or she'll shake her head, and that's all just trying to get rid of those insects that are irritating her so much. But you also notice how her ear is slowly turning. Do you see that? So she's just listening. She's very aware of the fact that the monkeys are no longer calling. I think what she's waiting for now is that those monkeys that were calling start to move down from the tops of the trees. When a monkey sees a predator and starts to alarm call like that, all the rest of the troop will go up to the highest points of the trees that they're in order to get a better view. And so if she just sits and is patient for a little bit, those monkeys will all start to drop down lower and start to go into feeding mode, and that will allow her to then be able to get up and start going again. So it's just about being patient. That's the thing about wildlife, is the more you're patient and the more you sit and wait, the more that you'll be able to see. She's still looking fantastic for her age. Her whole coat, everything is absolutely beautiful. So it's leopards, unlike lions, typically are a little bit more active. So lions will sleep for as much as 20 hours a day, whereas a leopard, it can sleep that long if the situation presents itself. So the only way a leopard would be sleeping for as many hours as that is generally if they've got to kill up a tree, and all they're doing is basically going from feeding for a little bit down to the ground and then sleeping. That's when you see them spending vast majority of their time actually resting. But when they don't have kills and they're looking for food and marking territory, a leopard will sleep a lot less. It's probably closer to around about 12 hours of the day, even less sometimes. In the case of a cat like Thandi, she tends to move a lot. We see her often moving even between drives in the day. Doesn't matter how hot it is. So she probably doesn't sleep nearly as much as that. But a leopard like Tingana, for example, who's a much older male, he would be probably sleeping closer towards sort of 15, 16 hours a day and just taking it easy. He's not going to be as concerned with moving around as what she is, because she's obviously got a cub that she's got to feed. She's got many females pressing up against her territory at the moment. If you think of the density of females that we have around here, it's not an easy existence for a female leopard. She's constantly having to kind of push back the advances of Sibui, the advances of Shadulu. Tlalamba obviously has carved out an area from her. She has Inkanyeni to the east, Luna to the north. So she's got a lot of different individuals that she's trying to keep at bay. But she's starting to look like she'll wake up. So we'll just be patient. We're going to see if she does eventually. Oh, isn't that cute? That is. I love it when cats do that. She's so sweet. Well, we're going to be patient and wait for her and just enjoy the cuteness that is Thandi.
Yes, we have some great-crested cranes. This is a family that I have known for quite a while and looks like they are doing really well. They're far from their usual home out in the open plains, busy enjoying, a bit of grass, insects. That's what they're doing. Looks like the plumage of the youngsters is almost, right. And I think they're flying now. I haven't seen them flying. They were very scruffy a few weeks ago. Looks like it's almost right. They are flying. I did see them fly, so they're very safe right now. In case jackal or a lion or a hyena try to get them, now they can fly. Remember, this is a bird that we find here and other places in East Africa, and spends most of its time on the ground. It is normal to find two adults and the youngsters like this out foraging for many seeds. That's what they mainly feed on, and there is no shortage of that food here, and that's what they're eating. Remember, talk to us, #WildEarth. Questions and comments are really welcome. Oh, a warthog. Looks like he's very alert. I don't know where he came from. He just woke up. Oh, there's actually quite a good number of them. Two of them. Very alert. The three. They're very alert. The warthogs. Heading out on their morning patrol. Must be very late, I think. Yeah, very alert. You know, with that tail up like this, it means they mean business. Anything coming close to them, they'll just take off. We call them Kenya Express sometimes, with the tail up like that. Means they are ready to leave the area in case of any threat. Yeah, back to our beautiful grey-crested cranes. This is a bird that is found in marshy areas, sometimes inland where there's plenty of grass and small, insects. It's very hard to distinguish between male and female, but sometimes you look and you find that the female is slightly bigger than the male. Chris, Jumbo. Yes. Yeah. Jackals, there's a lion roaring behind me. Well, I don't know if you heard that, but yes, there was a lioness roaring. I cannot see her, but she's roaring in the bushes. Well, they are a target for many predators. Big birds of prey will hunt them. Especially when they're young, like chicks. Martial eagle will eat them. Jackals will eat them. Honey badgers will eat them. Leopards. So they are a target to many animals. But usually it's only when a chance prevails itself, that's when those predators will take them. They can fly, so they can always get out or get away from a lot of trouble. This is a perfect area because it's raised up, so the parents can see anything approaching. Like I was explaining, the female is usually bigger than the male, and I cannot tell exactly which one it is amongst the one farthest to the right and the one to the left. Yeah, looks like the one to the left is slightly bigger. Look at that. That's a family portrait. Everybody's here. Yeah, how beautiful. Yeah, the one to the left looks slightly larger, so I would say she's a female. And looks like they want to come back towards the track. At the track, the road, you see, not very many animals have got the courage to hang around the road, so the seeds closer to the road are usually very intact, and I've seen these guys really utilizing them and spending a lot of their time close to the road, and I think that's what they want to come back and do. They were on the road, and then there was a car that passed, so they left, and looks like they're coming back to the track. This is a bird that breeds year-round, but mostly just after the rains, because after the rains, then all the grasses have got plenty of seeds, so they can, feed on them, and very much so this time of the year. It looks like they're going further away, so I'm gonna move on. And while I do that, let's take you to another location.
Okay, guys, so we've located on the mother and 3 cubs. At the moment, it's a little difficult to see. The cubs will move around now so that you can see mom. But as you can see, just there in the shade of the tree, you can see where the cubbies are lying down. So just as we drove in, they were still around mom, and then they actually decided they're going to go and, have a proper rest. I think they had a rather busy evening, just because mom was on the kill, and so they were a little stressed maybe. And when she went to them now to come and collect them, she did move them maybe about 500 meters, just over the second dune. So I think they might have had an eventful night, and now they're just a little lazy. Bellies full of milk, and, now the eyes are closing up. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go a little forward so that we can go over to, so you can see the mother properly. She's still lying out in the open. By the way, guys, I missed the most important news of it all. David's back behind the camera. So he's also back from his leave. And luckily, the cheetahs have come out. Oh, we might actually get some nice cubs over here. Okay. Bit back, huh? Let's maybe switch off here. So yeah, there you can see one of the other ones. I know there's a little bit of sticks in front of him and so on, guys, so sorry about that. But there you can just see those. He's concentrating very hard to look at us at the moment. They are well trained when it comes to being in front of the camera. Or they're just, naturally photogenic, which I think is more the case. But those eyes are not keeping open. It's so cute. But yeah, mom definitely had a good meal. That daycare, we went there first thing this morning to see if she was still on the daycare, or if there's a little bit of the meat left, or maybe a jackal still lying around or so. And there is not a single trace of a daycare there. Just the scuffle marks from where I think when the mom left the kill. The jackals came in and pulled it around a little bit. But yeah, you can see the suckle marks still being very prominent. Mom looking great. These babies are not yet there where they're going to feed on meat yet, so she won't take them to the kills. I don't think it's because of them not being able to digest meat yet. It's more a case of them still being small and fragile enough for the mom to just be cautious so as to not bring them to kill sites. When it comes to a kill site, there's always the possibility of other predators being around, and she just doesn't want to risk that. So I think in another maybe a month or so, when they turn about 3 months of age, then possibly they'll start joining her on the kill, because by that time they're going to be very, very mobile. Not that they're not yet. I mean, they're moving quite a bit already. But I think she's just being extra cautious. You can see that belly nice and round. So we're very happy she had a good meal. It's always great when that happens. So we just had a question from Nature Lover. How much did the cheetah mom eating from the kill yesterday? Nature Lover, unfortunately, we didn't stay there until the very end. So I'm not sure how much of the duiker she consumed. However, thinking of the size of that duiker, it would probably have about, I want to say, 15 to maybe 17 kilograms, if it is that much, of consumable substance. If you think about the skin and the not the intestines, but the internal organs and those types of things, along with the meat. No, I'm lying to you. It's going to be less than that. I feel like she would have taken a big gap or gash out of that duiker before leaving it. Just judging by how full her belly is still. I mean, she's had the entire night to digest. I think she probably finished at least 3/4 of that duiker. So let's say around 10 to 12 kilograms, if it is that much, but her belly is definitely full. And if the predators or the scavengers allowed her, she would have most likely finished the entire kill and just left them the skin and bone. So I'm hoping that is the case. It looks like she did well. So unfortunately, because we weren't there until she left the kill, it's difficult to really say how much she would have consumed. Because, when we left, it was just as it got dark. So that was prime time for the jackals and the hyenas and so on to find that kill and possibly chase her off. So it's difficult to really say. However, for a cheetah, if they are really hungry and they sit down to eat and there's enough meat for them to, gorge themselves, I want to say they're going to feed on up to about 10, 12, maybe for the larger males, 15 kilograms of meat before their belly is chock and block full. And then they'll, if they are able to keep the kill after that, just top up the tank as they digest their food. So yeah, I do think she got a good portion of that duiker, if not the whole one, depending on, that one jackal that we had with her last night when we left wouldn't have made a difference. She wouldn't have been, intimidated by him. So as long as there didn't arrive any other individuals in a short period of time, I think she would have finished the kill or finished feeding until she decided to leave the kill. You can see now she's also getting lazy. It is getting a little warmer. The clouds have burnt away now. So with that being the case, with the sun getting higher, the temperature is absolutely going up. So I think everyone is going to go shut-eye for now.
So here in the Mara, we come across this big herd of elands, and they're so much enjoying. Look at the big bull walking out over in the distance. So these bulls are normally territorial. Sometimes you'll find them by themselves, and sometimes you might find them in this herd where it consists of young males and young females, as of course other older females. They mainly browse, but when there's adequate grass, they'll tend to graze on grass. Very shy antelope, so we had to come here and actually sit and habituate them because they're looking very shy, almost running off. So you have to stop and wait for them to settle. Because of the rain yesterday, so the fresh shoots that pop up on these leaves, they enjoy it so much. You also sometimes see them grazing on the grass and taking from bushes to bushes as they walk off in these home ranges. They're not territorial, but bulls sometimes will be alone by themselves, always coming to join these herds whenever there's maybe an interest, or maybe some females might be in estrus. These big bulls continue growing all the way in their lifetime, and they can weigh up to a ton and up to reach about 6 feet to the shoulder. They're super high jumpers. They can jump over about 6 feet. Very fast antelopes. And because of how and where they graze and tend to stick or hang around, we hardly see eland kills. Look at that bull there, very dark and grayish. So as the older they get, they change color, they turn to be gray. You can see the tuft of hair on his forehead. They have a gland that they have on their faces, and they continue to rub on the ground and on the bushes each and every time. Marianne, I can't agree more. This is our natural painting here. You can see the Olololo escarpment over in the distance, vultures up on the tree. This is a big herd. I'm sure they will be joined by other wildebeest and zebras who will be coming over this direction from what we saw yesterday. Because of the foliage having water, sometimes they can stay without going to drink. But often at times you find them going at a water hole to drink. They have a tuft of hair or hanging neck on both sexes, but those of bulls become bigger and bigger as they grow older. Like that one there, you can see his dewlap or the hanging neck is so big. This is one of our biggest antelopes we have in Africa. It's actually Africa's largest antelope. I like how they are grazing and the bulls keep on checking. So they also demand respect. When these big bulls walk into these herds, the younger bulls have to submit. And if they don't, they always fought off. Look at those massive horns. They can inflict very big wounds on those younger bulls.
No problem, Art. Welcome back, everybody, to Anbion Pinda, where in the middle of your screen, if you'd like to take a couple of guesses as to what we're looking at, we managed to find one yesterday on the afternoon game drive. Now coming out into the open, and you know, they are known to be browsers with their heads up, that eat twigs and branches, etc. This one making the most of this lush green grass out here. This is a black rhino that we've managed to find out here in these open areas. On his own, you can see on his back just that one pronounced saddle. Now there, as he stops to briefly look up, you can see that very prominent hooked lip of theirs. Very compact compared to that of the white rhino that we saw yesterday. And this one fairly relaxed. I don't think it knows we're up here. So it's just been carrying on. It sort of walks a couple of meters, stops, eats a little bit of grass and then carries on. But this green grass here is probably a little bit more nutritious than other grass. This area was burnt, and now after a bit of rain, these fresh shoots that have come through offer a little bit more nutrition for them. And nice to see out in the open like that, because they're often in thicker vegetation. Now, I think if we were to drive down a little bit lower, we have quite a height advantage here where we are looking down onto this rhino as it walks through these areas. A couple of wildebeest next door to the left-hand side. We from here could also see a couple of white rhino off on the right-hand side. But a beautiful area. We're down on the floodplain in the southeastern section of Anbion Pinda, where we've struck gold this morning with this rhino. And I mean, on a really hot day like today,
you wouldn't typically find them out in the open. And now you can just see its ears and its back as it walks through. It sticks out a little bit more when it turns to our left and the sun catches its back, but now it's disappearing, or it might just pop up where those wildebeest are in your picture in a short while. No, it's moved off a little bit further left, but slowly but surely making its way out into even more of an open area, unless, like I just said, them sticking to the thicker areas, a little bit more sheltered from the sun, might just disappear. You can still just see its back to the left of that quarry, quite a thick green, dark green bush there. It is now out in the open. Have a look at those ears as well, working overtime, just listening out for everything. Scotty, you commenting on how big these rhino are? They are massive. The black rhino are a lot more compact than white rhino, so slightly smaller than them. So you're saying these ones are massive. If we are able to find a white rhino and show you a white rhino, you'll see just how much bigger they are. Black rhino, sorry, the one that you see there, maybe 1.5 tons, which, I mean, it is exactly that. It's got to be massive. But a white rhino, a little bit bigger, about 2.5 tons, which is, I mean, equally as big. But now that it's changed direction, it was initially walking towards us, but it's now heading further west, I think is going to disappear into those really thick areas. So yeah, I'm glad we got an amazing view of that black rhino this morning. I'll see if we can't perhaps find some white ones to show you, and then we can compare the two.
Well, always nice to see a rhino. Now, here I am with two youngsters about 3 years old. These are two young male lions. From which pride, I'm not sure. They're quite a distance away. And the politics of dominancy and territorial, fights, I think, are intensifying around our area, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen, because these two guys just appeared after the lone lioness roared while I was watching at the cranes. She's about a kilometer, we say a K, away from these two. The female with cubs is only about 800 meters behind me. Who these two boys are, I don't know. We had a split nose around this area only about a week ago. Then Lalashe was here, and his young male who they form a coalition was here about 2 days ago. And with all that happening, I tell you, there is a disaster waiting to happen, because exactly where we're headed, it's really puzzling. It will be nice for me to really tell you everything, what's going to happen. But because this is nature, and I have to really see and experience so that I can analyze and tell you exactly what's happening, I have to wait. I'm going to stay around this area for a little bit longer, because if that female roars once more, these two guys might head towards her. If they are not from this pride, it can be KB, Jumbo, how many coalitions are there in the Mara at the moment? Well, I would say I'm not very sure of all of them. There are very, very many prides. If I start counting, there are very many, and I'm sure I don't know all of them, but I can sure tell you about our area where we are in. We have a coalition of Lalashe and the young male. We have a coalition of the Salt Lake Pride. We have a coalition of this, Sausage Tree Pride. We have the coalition of 3 young males of the Olololo Breakaway. And then over here at the River Pride, there was Blondie. And the Olololo also, we did have Fang and his brother, who escaped, who got beaten and crossed the river. They're at the marsh now. So at the moment, we stand to have about ±5 coalitions. But these coalitions have been somehow very shaken, and we haven't, been seeing them quite really, like sticking to the area. They've been roaming far distances. It's like something is just about to change. At the same time, we have seen a lot of youngsters moving to this area, and we are looking forward to see, what's going to happen, because with all these young males coming in, it means they might shake, the bond between the old guards, and I think that's what's going to happen. I'm going to try and reposition, and while I do that, let's take you to another safari vehicle while I wait here to see if these guys are going to move towards that lioness. That's well, I don't know if we will be able to see the other lioness from here, but she's quite a long way. Maybe we'll just try and zoom into these guys and find out maybe who they are. Bungay, could we maybe try that? Because I don't know if they're part of the old Olololo youngsters. Are you in a position that we can do that? Let's see. Looks like there is one right there, and then the other one is off to the right. You can see his back. It's really hard to tell who they are. They're quite a long way, but lions have got a way of communicating to one another. These guys did hear the roar. They've moved in. They've stopped here. What they're waiting for, I don't know, but definitely they do know that there is a female not far from here. If they're part of the River Pride, I would be very, very surprised, because they're quite big. I don't know when the females mated with them being tolerated to be around, because they're quite big. So I'm still not sure if they belong to the River Pride. It's going to be very exciting to find out where they come from. Looks like maybe they're gathering some courage or regaining some energy, then move in. It looks like they have eaten really well also. So it's time to catch the much needed nap. Last night we did have some rain, so maybe they're also quite cold, and it's not sunny, but a little bit better, so maybe they're trying to catch some much needed nap from losing it last night. Sometimes they'll spend about 18 to 21 hours like that once they've eaten. I doubt with these young guys if they will do that, because if they don't belong to this territory, they have to be wary and alert, and their senses have to be ready to either defend themselves or try to take over. Sometimes young males like this will sense that whoever owns this territory is getting weaker by, testing the urine and sampling whatever, it has passed on. The male who exists here has passed on to tell them, who he is. And with that, they can actually sense that things are not very good with him. Either he's old, he's all alone, and, it can tell quite a lot. It's like just sending a message to tell everybody who they are. So, once they sense that, then they will stay around and hopefully meet him. Either he will accept them or they will challenge him to take over. I think the best thing to do, because it looks like they're very sleepy, I'm gonna move further up, see what we can find, and maybe come back in about 20 minutes, and hopefully they will have, moved towards the lioness. Well, let me continue, find something else while I take you to another safari vehicle.
Well, hopefully your lionesses will wake up, much like we're hoping Thandi will wake up. She did pop her head up briefly a few seconds ago. I think she's starting to stir a little bit. Everything has gone nice and quiet now. There's no sounds of anything alarming or any kind of disturbance in the area. And so I'm just hoping if we're patient enough, she'll already get up and go towards the cub. But it sounds like there's at least some good news kind of coming from the north. It sounds like potentially Nhlangula has been found this morning, so I think Andrew's going to try and go and see him, which makes me a little bit jealous because I haven't seen him. I've been trying to find that cat a lot lately. I've spent a bit of time on Buffelshoek, and which is where he gets seen, and he tends to kind of hang around on the northern side, but he's in and out from the Manyeleti, and he's a beautiful, beautiful, relaxed male leopard. And every time I go, he gets seen kind of the day before or the day after I leave. So I'm going to be jealous if Andrew gets him, but it's really exciting that we potentially get to show you a new male leopard that we haven't put on camera before because, well, like I say, we are traversing back onto Buffelshoek and on Torchwood again. So it's going to be really nice to see what that yields. It's absolutely beautiful up there, and a whole different group of animals that we can try and go and look for. Earlier I was mentioning that Thandi has competition from the north in the form of Luna. And Luna I saw some video footage of her the other day, and she looks heavily pregnant. So that's really exciting too. Perfect timing for us to be traversing that side. Hopefully we can find little Luna cubs, which would be Nhlangula's offspring, we think. Victoria, what's made Thandi such a special mom and a successful mom? I think there's a number of factors involved when it comes to mothers and raising of offspring. So one is that they often inherit, should I say, tactics from their mother. So the way that their mother has raised them, they will have learnt from that behavior in many respects. But I think that the biggest thing that affects them is what kind of territory they're able to secure as an adult. So to give you an example, Shadow and Thandi were sisters. They both grew up the exact same way, under the same tutelage of their mother. But Shadow had a very poor track record when it came to raising of offspring, as opposed to Thandi, who's had a very good one. And they've had side-by-side territories, basically. But the difference is that Thandi's territory, she managed to get, not only did she get riverbeds, so she got Mulawati, she got Mulawanini for a while, the Rupapi on Nkoro, she used for den size. So she had really good riverine areas, which are great for denning and for hiding of cubs. Also attract a number of prey species that they like to hunt. So she had that, but she also had what was probably more important is very stable male territories. So Thandi, through her life, has typically had territories that have been slap bang in the middle of male territories. So in the beginning, it was Mvula that she had. Then she kind of got onto Tingana for a long time, and now Mulawati seems to be quite central in this area. So she's lucked out in that she hasn't been on the fringe territories, whereas Shadow, she was always on the fringe. She was on the fringe of Mafufanyana and Jordan. She was on the fringe of Mafufanyana Mvula, Mvula Tingana, Tingana Anderson. So she had a lot of problems there in that she kept having male leopards coming in and lost a lot to male leopards. Thandi also had a situation where she was in an area where she had a far less dense hyena population. This sort of southeastern corner of this northern block doesn't have as many hyenas as the western side. So the EP clan on the west numbers are much higher than the Djuma clan numbers. And so you see the leopards there having a lot more problems with hyenas than what our leopards on this side do. So I think those are probably reasons why she's been successful. She's had, like I say, good territory that has encompassed a solid male that is pretty much core to her territory, as well as the fact that she's had nice drainage lines, perfect places to raise cubs. And at the end of the day, probably she's just learned very quickly what works for her and what doesn't, and she was able to be successful that way. So yeah, I think that for me is always what I look at. Like I said, those two females had the exact same upbringing, so it can't be a learned thing from their mothers. It's got to be more to do with occupation of certain places and factors around them that dictate whether they're successful or not. Maybe some leopards just have more of a knack than others. These things happen. But she certainly has been very successful. I mean, she's only lost one full litter in her life, which is just like her mom. And then, obviously, but in most of her litters, she's lost a cub. So we know in this current litter, she lost a cub. And then every litter that she's raised successfully, bar Kalamba, there was a second cub seen that was lost. So she has lost quite a few cubs through her life, but she's always maintained one at least, which is pretty incredible when you think of the area that she's in, and the number of different predators and that are around here. Raising cubs is no small feat for a leopard, and she really has done a phenomenal job. It's why she's so kind of revered in many respects. A lot of people kind of don't like her more sort of aggressive side that she's got, but I find that part and parcel of her whole demeanor, and the fact that she has that is probably also part of why she's so successful, is that she's willing to defend her cubs, even if it has to involve her being physical and taking on things that are much larger than her. So she's not afraid to kind of step in and help the cubs where needed. So yeah, she's an incredible leopardess. I mean, when she rolls around like she has been this morning and it kind of tucks her paws in and is all cute, you don't kind of see that side of her, but she certainly is able to defend her and her cubs when is needed. And to think that she's, almost 14 years old now is crazy. She'll be 14 in November, December, which means that she's getting old and means that I'm getting old. But it's been cool to follow her journey since her first litter to now, and to see how incredibly intelligent she is with keeping her cubs alive. All right, well, we'll be patient. Hopefully she'll eventually take us to her cub. We're just going to sit out and wait.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are in Pinda, where we've managed to find the same white rhino that we spoke about earlier. Have a look at this crash of white rhino. All, we joked earlier, busy mowing the lawn. They all got their heads down, all busy eating this lovely fresh greenery here that you see in front of us. Very wet nostrils, just keeping all sorts of debris, dust and the likes clean, because they rely quite heavily on their sense of smell. But you can have a look at those lips now, and if I keep quiet for a moment or two, you might just be able to, between one of the four of them, actually hear them. But there's a big bull here on the left hand side. It keeps huffing and puffing, and then a relatively younger bull at the back to the right now, and this older bull keeps, he curls his tail up and then huffs and puffs, and then that little youngster or the younger bull will sort of keep his distance. Amazing to see that muscle mass behind that head now when we're this close to them, just how big and bulky that is to support the weight of their heads, because their heads are always down. But they every so often will just, and you can see how he's busy listening to what I'm saying about him now. They'll lift their heads, turn their ears around, listen out for anything unusual, and then carry on grazing. huge ears, those radar ears, and just looking on the backs of these no red-billed oxpeckers, which is quite interesting. Maybe I think the oxpeckers are spoiled for choice. We've found quite a large herd of wildebeest and zebra on the way in. There was that black rhino as well, so maybe not coming to pester the four of them just yet. But you can see some old dried up mud on them, and we'll see maybe now if they don't cross this little 2-track road that we're on, and you can get to appreciate their size out in the open. White rhino are massive. You can see now the scars that they have on their backs through the area that they're in now. Quite a lot of things like sickle bush, which have those spines on them, which will scratch their backs. But you can, when they go cake themselves in mud, maybe on a hot day like today, they might do the same thing, find a little bit of a mud wallow, cake themselves in mud, try cool off. And the two, when that dries like you see now on their backs, will then go rub up against trees and stumps and posts to help get rid of ticks and parasites and the likes. Bella Blue, you're asking why they're called white rhino when they look grey. Back in the day, I think there was a miscommunication with the Dutch, because they've got wider lips, wit or wide in, I think Dutch it is, lips compared to that of the black. They in wit was also in the Afrikaans language white, just became that. I mean, in comparison to the black, they've got the hook lip, and they're not called hook lip rhino, they're called black rhino, which are a slightly darker shade of grey compared to that of the white. But I mean, the very tops of their back, if you use your imagination, just because they have been rolling around in mud and have been in a wallow probably yesterday at some stage, do look quite a bit darker and more grey than the white of their names. It would actually look quite amusing if they were completely white, like pitch white, running out here in the open. It would make it a little bit easier to see them, but they're not. They are that shade of grey, slightly darker than normal if you look at the very tops of their backs compared to the lower halves where they've been in the mud. But now also you can see their eyes in comparison to the size of their head, quite small. So not their best sense, their sense of eyesight, a lot better than what we probably give them credit for, but they've got a really acute sense of hearing and sense of smell, that as they walk, you'll watch those radar ears constantly just turning. And this lot now all grazing into the wind this morning. Chris, you're asking if rhino ears are bigger than kudu ears. It's a fairly close contest, I must be honest. Just looking at these ears, it would be ideal if we had a kudu standing next door to compare. But I almost want to say, sure, how's this? I think let's call it even. They're probably about the same size. White rhino, their ears less sort of hairy compared to that of the kudu, and more sort of cone shape. Kudu's ears are a lot rounder. They're almost like radar in shape. The rhino that we've got here in front of us, more like a cone. So maybe in terms of how wide they are, I think the kudu trumps the rhino, but yeah, very different ears, come to think of it now, as I look more and more at the white rhino here in front of us. Very interesting question. I wonder what everyone at home thinks about which has the bigger ears between kudu and white rhino. Send your questions into FC. Oh, we've got a fifth rhino joining us here. maybe just got caught up in an area that had slightly better or greener grass, bringing up the rear here, slowly but surely joining the rest of them. And the collective noun for white rhino is a crash of white rhino, and amazing to see so many of them together out here in the open. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit more, so maybe, if that does persist, they will too, like that black rhino that we saw this morning, venture off into thicker areas which are a little bit more sheltered from the wind. But this one now has stopped behind. There it goes, carrying on. Might get a better view of it now as it walks out into the open. No, as I say that, it's looking square at us, probably just listening to what I'm saying now with those ears focused directly on us. We spoke about those red-billed oxpeckers earlier. Things like fork-tailed drongos would too follow large mammals like this. And Marie, you're saying it would be cool to see a leucistic rhino. Absolutely. I've never been fortunate enough to see such. In fact, I'm not sure if there have been any records of them. I'll definitely do some investigating a little bit later. But yeah, most unusual. I know they've something as big as an elephant. They've been leucistic elephants, buffalo, but not rhino. And that would be, to say the very least, amazing to see. Is a little, exactly that pitch white rhino or leucistic white rhino. Hopefully one day, maybe, you never know. The bush is full of surprises. As the four of them, well, this looks like a young bull is maybe not quite ready to tackle on the dominant bull of this area and see if he can take over his territory, has moved back off in the direction that he came from. So I might just see if we can't get another view of those other white rhino or see what else we can find this morning.
Okay, so we're still here with these wild dogs. It's actually a pretty good topic you guys were discussing. I think it was at Pinder now about ears. I mean, even look at these wild dogs here. I mean, the one that you can see on screen, but they have very big ears. There he is lifting up his head, rolling over. But big ears. We were talking yesterday about the white stripe on the lions, leopards, hunting, and the ears are also a bit of an indicator because, wild dogs, how they hunt, their hunting techniques, their hunting strategies, they don't really stalk their food. They listen out for impalas or anything in the distance and then they just run. So they don't need small ears to help with sort of camouflage and stalking. They need big ears so they can hear things from quite a distance and then they just chase it down and just run. So you'll see it on wild dogs, you'll see it on hyenas, big ears, same as the sort of rhinos, the kudus, those sorts of things, big ears. They want to hear things. Where lions, leopards, they can have smaller ears because they're more about stalking. That does tell a bit about predators' hunting strategies. But what I was saying earlier is this is part of the open pack. This is a breakaway from them. There's just 6 adults here. Quite beautiful animals. A lot of them, the ones at the back, are the ones at the back, a lot of white on them. But I mean, have a look. You can see there's one very full-bellied, very fat stomach. They've eaten, and I think they're going to lie here for the rest of the day. I think what we're going to do, myself and OD, we're actually going to leave them be here. Maybe come back this afternoon, see if they're a bit more active.
We have a lion that is sleeping here. I suspect this guy is Fang or Blondie. Look at how peaceful he looks. being the apex predator, he's not afraid of anything, but I'm sure he has been having a good time where look like his stomach is pretty full, but looks like not in a very good shape as well. But I guess there might be some lionesses around here. Before he was waking up and strolling up around and raising his head, but I feel like he's warm there. It was a cold night, maybe busy searching some other lands, and then came to this spot early in the morning and decided to stay here. And by the time it warms up during the day, he'll definitely walk under those trees, the gardenia. Sometimes these male lions face a very hard time. About 2 weeks ago, I saw him with very big scars on his face, and he was limping. So not quite sure what happened, but maybe he got in a rough encounter with other male lions. So when these lions tend to be old and maybe when they're sickly, they sometimes become scavengers. They'll follow vultures whereas they're soaring up in the air and go to that kill, maybe chase whatever is there, maybe hyenas, or maybe walk into other pride's territory, and if the lionesses have made a kill, then he might have a share. On those 2 weeks ago, I saw him by the where we saw the Owino pride, and sometime later we found him next to the river pride. So he's come back to the Owino territory. Previously we had Olalashe, who was dominant around here, but because Olalashe went over to the Ololo pride, so he's come to this side. We've seen the movement of these male lions across this Mara triangle, where you find their movement have gone way over and beyond from one territory to another, which is very interesting as how these males keep on moving up around this territory. I wonder if he's going to stick around here or he's going to move over to the Egyptian goose, because the way he's looking, he's heading that direction. But I'll still be keen and interested to know if the Owino pride gets to this area or not, and how he'll be faring. He looks like he's not moved around so much, because I heard rumors that he was seen here about 3 days ago. So that means he's not walked so far due because of his limping leg. I think I'm going to leave him here. I can hear some zebra stallion going up, very noisy. So I wonder what the zebras have seen, because sometimes when the zebras are walking around and they get to see predators, you hear them going loud, alerting the other members of their pride. So I'm going to leave this lion here and walk and drive rather to a different area. He's fond of he's twisting his head. Maybe he wants to wake up. Just light movement. He's chosen to come to a very rocky place. So it was hard for us to locate him. But once he raised his head, that is how we got to see him. Just changing position because it seems like he's turning round. Cameron, thank you so much. What a good question from a 3-year-old. A lion roar can be heard for about 8 kilometers by us humans. But lions can hear that roar for about 12 or even 13 kilometers away. So sometimes the lions roar at night and we think that they're too close, but they're actually more than 8 kilometers away. He's got lots of lines on his body. Let me hang around here and see if he will move around. Or maybe if the other lionesses around this area, he might walk towards them. So I'll take you over to another live location.
So alrighty guys, we left the cheetahs. They're not doing much, just like that Cape Eland that we're looking at. You can see we're going to go in on them now with the sun coming out and properly warming up the surface of the earth. The temperature is really spiking at the moment. I'd say we're already close to almost 30 degrees Celsius. So you'll find that all of the things are finding shady spots like that boy right now. So yeah, male Cape Eland that you can see there in the shade of it looks like a raisin bush that he's lying in. And you will find these guys by themselves. I wouldn't say very often, but often enough for it not to be strange. Okay, so you sometimes find the older boys, the bigger boys, in bachelor groups of maybe 5, 10 sometimes. But you will also find one of the if they get to that stage where they don't move as fast as the next individual, they prefer being by themselves like this. Just because then they move at their own pace. They don't have to worry about their joints having to be overworked to try and keep up with a bachelor herd or with a breeding herd for that matter. So yeah, quite a common sighting. However, it's not every eland that you'll see like this. I want to say it's almost like very close to buffalo, forming the bachelor groups of dugger boys, but you will also find a single individual here and there just chilling by himself. The eland, however, is the biggest antelope that we have here on Tswalu, even bigger than the buffalo that we've got. They can get, I want to say, about 50 kilograms on average, larger than a large male buffalo. So big boys. Definitely taller on the leg, so shoulder height is much higher than that of a buffalo. But yeah, quite an iconic species for this type of environment. For them specifically, because they are so adaptable to different weather conditions, the arid environment is somewhere where they thrive. You will also find them in more tropical areas, of course, but we see them being quite a prominent species in the Kalahari, because they are very well equipped to handle both very cold temperatures and then during summer very hot temperatures as well. So even though they are so big, typically when you find arid conditions, the larger animals tends to be fewer and the smaller organisms a little bit more. But even though these guys are the biggest species of antelope that we have here, they still do pretty well, much better than things like, let's say, its smaller cousin like a kudu. Even though we've got a healthy kudu population on Tswalu, the eland definitely dominate the competition barrier when it comes to that, with them both being spiral-horned antelopes. They're almost cousins of one another. But yeah, I just love an eland. It's a very impressive animal, especially the males, like the one that we're looking at right now. When they get, to the adult stage of their life, they're starting to develop this almost like a mohawk between their horns coming down towards their eyes, which we call a boss, a big clump of hair that in some cases gets so big and so dark that you'll sometimes find the eland having to lift his head slightly higher than normal just to be able to see where he's going, because otherwise the hair is hanging in his eyes. And when that happens, and when they turn that dark grey blue coloration almost around the shoulders and neck area, yes, it's just an impressive thing to see. Really, really impressive, lots of character around that animal. And the horns also, with them you'll find both male and female having the horns, and that's a clear indication, just like with buffalo, with them operating sometimes in larger herds, and for the females using their horns to protect themselves against danger, and also their calves, so they don't necessarily hide their calves in a thick piece of brush when they go out to feed like a kudu would do. They rather keep the calves with them. Being such a large animal, they have to constantly be moving, migrating almost in a smaller sense, to be able to get to places where they can either feed on trees where the tannin levels are not too high, or for some grazing as well. So it's critical for them to keep the little ones with them. So because of that. So we just had a question from Lebo. Do we ever get grass covering all the sand during the rainy season? Lebo, yes, we do. Unfortunately, because we've gone through this very dry period in South Africa now. I mean, it's a 5-year drought, basically. They say it's the worst drought that we've had in South Africa since 1906. So with that being the case, we have a lot more bare patches than you'd normally have. But typically, when the seasons have been good, let's say you've had 3 or 4 consecutive good rainy seasons, you'll find that there's grass about, in some cases about hip height. In some cases, you'll find them coming over to up to about knee height, but covering the entire sandy patches of the Kalahari. So, yeah, I'm still waiting to see that. It would be great to have a good season this year and see if the grass coverage comes back. When we go further down to the southern section and then the southwestern or western part of the game reserve, there we still see quite a bit of grass coverage, just because in the last 2 or so years when there has been rain, we've had, those areas have had more rain than in the northern and the eastern part of the reserve. So we're supposed to have grass coverage throughout the Kalahari. However, it's just because of this bad drought that it's looking very, I almost want to say beachy, very sandy at the moment. It makes life easier for us as a guide, because you can track a lot easier, follow the animals on foot, those types of things. However, the more grass there is, the more food there is for the herbivores, and that means the more predators there can be. So it's always a scale, a very delicate balance that you need to keep for that. If there's more predators, you're going to have to spend less time tracking animals, because you're going to just come around the corner and there'll be another cheetah. Whereas now, with the herbivore population not being as strong, the amount of predators are also a bit lower. But yeah, it sounds good. I mean, it seems like we are going to get out of this bad drought period, and I've heard that the El Nino effects have reversed. This is all now just we're waiting for the rain to confirm that. So as soon as the rain starts falling, it should be good, proper rain from this season. We already had a relatively good season last year. However, with all of the resources, the reservoirs, the water, underground water and so on being so depleted, it's going to take a season or two for those reservoirs to fill back up again, and for the groundwater to, really start sustaining all of the natural plant life and the grass coverage to come back and those types of things. Very, very excited to have that happen, because, when the grass coverage comes up, not only do the herbivores get more, but our termite activity gets higher. So things like bat-eared foxes, aardvark, pangolin, those types of things, their numbers will then increase as well, or at least their conditions, and that is going to cause a lot of new babies being able to be born. So then we'll have some good viewing on those animals as well. Mostly during winter time though, just because they prefer moving around at night during the warm times. So winter time, when it's so cold, we see them during the day. But yeah, holding thumbs for the rain to come.
Welcome back, everybody, to a day or a morning full of cats, should we say. We managed to find the rest of the pride of lions, or the two that we saw this morning, make up the 4 older lionesses of this particular pride. And then there are the 5 youngsters, 2 of which, well, at least the ones on the in picture are still showing a little bit more signs of life. The rest, a little bit closer to the base of that tree, are all out for the count, fast asleep. But what's quite noticeable there, one having a bit of a scratch at the base of that tree, or just resting its paw. What's very noticeable about these lions are their bellies, that big bulge in the middle. They've all, I think it was about 2 days ago, were on a zebra, and they finished that, and they've now found themselves quite a nice vantage point looking back over a dried up watering hole where we now saw quite a large herd of impala. There were a couple of warthogs. 2 older lionesses still have their heads up, as you can see in picture, but still sort of rocking. There's one of the youngsters up on the right, maybe just reshuffling into a more comfortable spot. They too seem to be getting quite pestered by those flies that we spoke about earlier. Quite a few tail flicks going on there, ear twitching. Just reshuffled, and with this cool breeze blowing, all quite happy to be lying where they are in the shade of that tree. The lioness closest to us, rocking her head with her full belly, they would have managed to get a reasonable amount of food from that zebra. The youngsters, who are actually quite competitive around the carcass, would have eaten first. The 2 older lionesses probably would have caught their breath, and when the youngsters would have had their full, they would have helped themselves. But yeah, all just trying to help digest that food, busy panting as heavily as they are now that it's warmed up. Also, just trying to catch their breath. That lioness that I said had her head up now has her chin flat on the ground in a far more comfortable spot. But what's also quite interesting, compared to the cheetah that we saw yesterday, in terms of being alert, that these lions, unless it's something that could really bother them, something big, maybe a rhino like we saw earlier, an elephant, or other lions, in terms of competition, they are actually quite content where they are. Little phases them. Maybe if something like that herd of impala got a little bit closer, or if warthogs got a little bit closer, we might see a little bit more movement out of these lions. But I think now that it's quite warm, they'll probably rest here for the majority of the day. Tony, you're asking why lions don't regurgitate food like wild dogs do. There is no real need to do that for them. The youngsters here will be weaned off milk at around 6 to 8 months. And as soon as they're old enough to start following the moms, at around 3 months old, they'll already start feeding on meat. So yeah, no real need for them to regurgitate. They'll suckle for the first couple of months, and then when they're old enough to follow the adult lionesses, if they are successful in hunting, the youngsters will then have their first taste of meat for themselves. I think it takes wild dog pups a lot longer to sort of keep up with the rest of the pack. So, initially if something is caught, the adults will come back to their den and then regurgitate that food for their pups. But here, the lionesses will hunt, come back, and then the youngsters will suckle for the first couple of months. And then, like I said, when they're old enough to follow them, they won't get involved in the hunt, but hang back, and then the lionesses will call them and lead them to the carcass for them to feed on. I can see one of those cubs lying belly up as it rolled over. All of the cats, it's amazing that we've seen this morning, it's as if they've had a fairly large, now you can see that bulging tummy of that lioness. I think she's just moving into a little bit more of a shady patch, maybe closer to that other lioness. But yeah, it's as if all the cats that we found this morning have had a rather large Friday night. All big bellies, all, lovely shady spots, fast asleep. And this, on a hot day like today here in Zululand, is exactly where they'll stay. They'll probably just follow the shade of that tree as the sun goes up and over and around them. Every so often just reshuffle. You can see that youngster now sitting upright for a little bit before it will eventually succumb and then flop back down and go into a deep REM cycle of their sleep. Amazing to see now. If we look again at the base of that tree, the one of the youngsters, who they're all around about 7 months old now, is lying with its paw up against the base of that tree. And you might, every so often, you'll see lions, leopards and the likes, they'll actually go up to something like that and scratch the base to sharpen their claws and sort of prep the tools of the trade that they use to hunt, to help them take down prey species. All now, interesting little interaction there. Maybe not the mom that youngster went to, trying to get a little bit of love and affection, but not interested, that older lioness. Couple of yawns going on that you see there. Everyone's starting to get a little bit more restless, and you never know, maybe they do get up and move to a thicker area. There's a watering hole down below where they might disappear to, where it offers a little bit more shade that they're in now. It's soft sandy soil that they'll then go and lie in during the day. That's a little bit cooler than the up here where they are exposed. But everyone's starting to wake up a little bit more. A couple of yawns, that shock of oxygen to the brain. All signs that they're starting to get a little bit more active. So they could potentially get up and move. Otherwise, they could just flop back down where they are. silly you asking if all of these lions will actively hunt together. No, they won't. The two older lionesses that you saw there, the one that was yawning and the one that stood up, well, there's one of the older ones that just stood up. Her, and then the one just below her to the right, you can see the size of her head, quite a bit bigger than the others, will do the majority of the hunting. The youngsters here, about 7 months old, nowhere near the age where they can help. But the direction that they're heading towards now, it's going to be out of sight and out of mind for us. So I'm glad we got to see them and the rest of the members of the pride that we saw the first two of this morning. But we'll probably leave them in peace as they head off to a shady spot for the day and see what else we can find for the show this morning.
Guys, this is so exciting. Unfortunately, well, two things. One's exciting, one's not so exciting. Poor Andrew's had a bit of a problem with Wendy, so he had to leave home or go back home. But we made it to Buffelshoek for the first time, and we have Ntlangula, which is a new male leopard for me. I haven't seen him before, and it will be a new male leopard for all of you at home. He's not a leopard we've ever had on camera before, but he is absolutely beautiful. He's just marking territory at the moment, walking. He's just come through a big herd of impalas, and he is striding and strutting his stuff, and he is absolutely magnificent. Beautiful cat. Now, he's one of the more relaxed kind of male leopards, luckily, that we've inherited of late. We have a number of different males that have come in lately, from Mawati to Matswiri, Shinzele, which is another male leopard that's being seen quite a lot. He was seen last night, but he's the most relaxed of all of them. He's almost as though he grew up in the Sabi Sands. He's so relaxed, and you can see he's got a slight little hobble on him at the moment. It looked like he stood on something a little bit earlier because he was walking fine, and then he kind of stood and has been hobbling a little bit since then. But he is magnificent. I'm going to try and catch up with him because he covers ground pretty quickly. He certainly doesn't hang around, this guy, and he's marching his way pretty much straight north at the moment, back towards the Manyeleti boundary area. We're at the moment kind of the sort of northern central parts. So he has come down quite far south in the last few months. It seems as though his whole territory is just kind of continually pushing. And where we are right now is basically the divide between him and Quarantine, and even Tingana to a degree is also in this area. Right, I don't know where he's gone. Oh, there he is in front of us. I'm going to try and just keep up with him and see if we can get you a slightly better view. But I'm so excited. Any day that you meet a new leopard is a special day.
As Christian is trying to find a better view of the leopard, our lion is still sleeping. You can see him snoozing. So he's not yet left here. And I think he's going to stick here for a little while because it's not too hot for him. And I'm sure when it gets warm, the heat of the day, he will definitely go down under that gardenia tree. So as you've turned around for a good position, I can see that his stomach looks a little bit empty. He's not had some milk for quite a while. Poor lion, I'm sure maybe he might find something later on to eat. Sometimes when lions are injured, like this big male who was limping before we got here, they have a tough time because they can't hunt on their own unless they become scavengers. And if there's nothing to eat, they can even spend days without food. And that is evident by looking at his stomach. Bella, thank you so much for your question. These flies are not biting flies, so they actually don't bother him that much. But I'm sure sometimes he might be using his tail to keep them off. So we have other lions, we call them the lion flies, that really, really bother the lions when they bite. But because of the rain and because of how the wildebeest were walking around this area, there's lots of flies that come around with them. And these are some of the common flies that we have around his face. So they're not bothering him at all. Since he's not showing any sign of waking up or moving to a different location, I'm going to leave this sighting and go find something else as I take you over to another live location. Seems like he's not going on. He's sound asleep. Look at the flies on his face. Some even getting into his nose, but he's not bothered at all. I like the way the blend of the brown mane and the dark mane on the chest there. Nice spot to rest. It's not hot, it's not cool, so it's a little bit warm. We had no animals here, and the reason why we saw him, he woke up to scan, moved a little bit, and that's how I got to see him. So when you're walking through or driving here, sometimes we find it difficult to spot these cats because of how they blend in with the grass cover. So I'm going to move on to find more game as I take you over to another safari vehicle.
Now I know it looks like we're just looking at a leadwood tree, but as we gain a closer look, sadly not as close as we'd like it to be, you'll start to notice some black and white stripes. Now, that's not a zebra in the crevice of this leadwood. It is a millipede, but it's quite a cool species of millipede, one that, well, I don't think I've seen all that often, just every now and then. And it is commonly known as the zebra millipede, which is quite cool. So it's got those beautiful black and white stripes, it's got a black head, and it's got bright red legs, which unfortunately you can't see because this is as far in as we can go. We tried to position the vehicle a bit closer, but it wasn't really working in our favor. And I don't want to disturb it in this tree. But it's such an awesome thing, and it's such a great example of aposematic coloration. So essentially, the types of warning colors that will warn birds and mammal species or anything really that wants to eat a millipede that I am poisonous. I don't taste very nice, and most of you, I'm sure, have seen plenty of millipedes now on bushwalks after the rain. You'll know that they do contain small quantities of cyanide in them, so scientists always say don't eat 100 of them, so one's fine. I even read once that there was a sort of, I suppose, initiation that was done by schoolboys, and particularly boarding schoolboys, where they would make them ingest whole ones and see if they made it out the other side alive. The story goes that they've never found any ones that were alive. Boys will be boys, won't they? But it is nice to see them. These creatures, of course, live in typically moist and humid habitats, and it's been quite dry up until the rain. But now the humidity is starting to build. So they're literally everywhere. And there are thousands of species of millipedes across the globe. And I don't know if there's much research. Like, I don't think there's a millipede book. I can't say that I've ever come across a millipedes of southern Africa. It'd be quite nice, little speciality to add to the list. But, yes, no, that one I'll wait for. And I'm also still waiting for the moth and butterfly book, which I've told quite a few of you about, that they're busy doing at the moment, where they're hand rearing moths and butterflies so they can see the different stages, which will be very, very handy. Yes, Chris, it is very cool. I really wish I could show you closer. It's so crazy to actually see this thing up close and personal. It would be highly unethical of me to go there and to pick it up off the tree. Do you know what I'm going to try and do, Sebastian? I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. I'm going to try and roll forward. Bear with me. This might not work. It's probably not going to work, but it is so cool. So, I don't know why I'm trying to roll like I'm going to scare it. They don't see like we do. We're just going to give it a bash. It's not much closer. So you'll see it's just in that little crevice over there. Where are you? Down a bit. Oh, no, sorry. Seb's on the money. I'm not. There we go. That's a little bit closer. There we go. Super zoom. Bit better, but still quite far away. But maybe when Tristan is out on a bushwalk in Djuma, if he does come across one of these, goodness gracious, the angles that you'll be able to get will be really, really cool. But now you can see that big black head that they have. So like I was saying, they can't really see like you and I can see. They've got something called nerve gap. So you'll see there's two tiny little antennas. Well, you can't see them now, but I'm sure you have seen, well, other footage of the millipedes crawling about. I know James is also quite fond of having missions with these creatures. And they'll use those to sort of tap around, and that gives them an indication of where they should and shouldn't go. And it's quite funny when you see them going towards, like, big puddle of water or a dam, and then their little antennae touch the surface of the water, and they go, right, we've got to turn around now, and then off we go. They also don't breathe like we breathe, in and out. They've got tiny little holes that line the sides of their bodies, which we call spiracles. Lots of the members of the arthropods typically will breathe like that, and they don't normally close, so these little holes stay open all the time. They'll breathe. But it better be careful, because even though it does have those warning colours, it might not be very tasty. Hornbills, the yellow-billed and the red-billed, and even the African grey, which we see around here, they're particularly fond of eating them. And of course, when nighttime comes, we definitely see lots of civet tracks on the ground, and I'm sure that's one of their favourite foods.
Well, here we have a big herd of buffalo, a good maybe 600 plus, all happy doing what they do best, grazing, resting, ruminating, very scattered. This is a very lush area, so they have plenty of graze for themselves, and it's just a beautiful setting and area where they are in. Looks like more are coming from farther up, so it means they had decided to come down here. This is the Cape Buffalo, one of our large grazers here in the Masai Mara. And buffaloes don't migrate, they are residents. They're always around the Masai Mara. This is what we call a breeding herd. It consists of females, males, youngsters, and half-growns. And looks like they're really happy, a bit, trying to check me out. You can see there. Yeah, they can hear my voice. That's why they're checking me out. They're looking this way. They have very good senses. Hearing, sight, and smell is very, very good. They mostly use sight to see most stuff. So there are quite a good number of them that are looking at me already. Looks like they're going to be resting around this area for a little bit, because some of them have started lying down. When everything is gone, when I say that, I mean zebra and wildebeest and eland and topi. These are the animals that provide meals for our resident pride of lions. Yeah, we have some prides that have mastered to kill buffalo, and usually they'll come for a big herd like this, because it just takes one to run and everybody runs away. So if they get spooked, they will stampede and head out away from the danger. And usually it's much easier for lions to go for a breeding herd rather than a bachelor herd where there are few. And they are not intimidated very quickly. So these are kind of hard where lions would come to. Remember, this is one of our closest relatives, to our domestic cows. Apart from Anga and the young one suckling from behind the hind legs, everything else the same, chewing of the cud. Scotty, Jumbo, are buffaloes fast? Yes, they are very fast. They are very fast. They can accelerate to around, Yeah, it's not, you said, I thought it was fast, so it was smart. Smart is a word I would use more to, describe, primates. But I would, say that buffaloes, they are quite, smart in detecting danger, knowing what is good or what is bad. They are smart in that, and also, unlike other animals that will stick around, yes, they will get away from that area if there is danger, and if it's something that they can get rid of, they will attack it. So actually, in that capacity, they are smart. Otherwise, they use their senses, to achieve most of the things that we're talking about. If they smell something, they'll be very quickly to decide what it is and get out of there. Sight also, and hearing also. So, yeah, they're smart in that way. Well, they're starting to lie down, and I think, they're going to be resting here for a little bit. So I'm going to move on and find something else for you guys. Further up, maybe there'll be some wildebeest or some zebra. But it's rather quite beautiful up here. The temperature is still quite cool. Hasn't gotten warm at all. You can tell there's a few that are lying down here. Looks like they've had enough to graze on this morning, and it's time to chew their cud. I don't blame them, I will do the same. And also the weather is quite nice to just sit down and rest. Yeah, looks like there's a few bulls coming from up this way. Well, I'm gonna continue on, try and find something else. While I do that, let's take you to some other safari vehicle.
From the buffaloes right to our striped donkeys, they seem like they're having a good time utilizing the road. And some are busy looking at us while others are carrying on with their grazing. Now these zebras will be the last ones to follow the great herds towards Tanzania. But because of the rain, that means that adequate food supply and water here. So it seems like they are still going to be around at the moment. This stallion is staring at us. Now these stallions play an important role security-wise when they are watching over these entire families. Sometimes you find that when they're walking, look at those two pairs, they are doing what we call twinning. I have your back, you have my back. And by swinging their flies, their tails, they swish off flies that are on each other's face. So they take an advantage of that during the day, especially when they are resting. It comes good when you're facing opposite direction because you can check out for predators. Now these stallions will also be alert and heightened security when it comes of grazing, watching over security, and also when they're walking towards water holes and these grazing grounds, because they can fall prey to lions or hyenas in this kind of habitat. seems like lots of flies, so their tails come in handy when it comes to keeping off flies. See, this stallion is not grazing, he's just busy looking or staring one direction. Any movement in the grass, this zebra will keep on staring until they know whatever it is. Be it Thompson gazelle, sometimes can be a jackal, anything that is moving in the long grasses, they get that attention to detail. See, those ones are resting and also switching off flies from each other, facing a different direction. Thank you so much for your comment. Because there's enough water in the grass, so they don't have to walk right now to a water hole. So that has really supplied them enough water for this time. Sometimes you find them in mixed herds where you find zebras mixed with wildebeest, because these zebras have very sharp eyes and will always alert the wildebeest when it comes to danger. Seems like everyone is resting. I'll carry on to find something else as I take you over to another live location.
Well, everybody but Klangula, he is a busy cat this morning, and he's just about to emerge for us. Are you going to lie down here? Look at that. Isn't he magnificent? That is so spectacular. It's as good as it actually gets. He's just kind of creeping out in front of us. He's a beautiful, beautiful individual, and you can see that, unlike Tingana, who's got this heavy, big dewlap and spattered kind of face and scarred up ears, his ears are in pretty good condition, and his face and his muzzle, which hopefully we'll be able to see just now, I'll try and get around a little bit, they have far less scarring, so a much younger individual, more in the prime of his life at the moment, and so he's only expanding territory at the moment rather than regressing. So Tingana is in a state of regression because of the fact that he's aging, whereas Klangula is just making his territory bigger all the time. You can see the dewlap is developing, but it is not fully developed yet. I'm going to just try get us one view around the corner there to see if we can actually see his face, because we've seen a lot of his tail this morning, but very little of his actual face. He's been striding away and is finally just starting to settle down a little bit. It seems like he's a busy cat. He's been walking for a long period. We're going to try to see if we can just slide in here. But what a welcome to Buffelshoek, and this is why it's so exciting that we're going to be on Buffelshoek, is because of these kinds of things. We've got new cats to look at, new places to explore, and that's always incredibly exciting. So it's going to be an epic time, that's for sure. But isn't he magnificent? Like I was saying, where we were when we first got to him was right on the fringe of the territory between him and Quarantine. So the two of them were seen side by side there the other day. And so they kind of both marking in this area. So Quarantine all the way to the east. And for those of you who don't know who Quarantine is, he's part of the Thandi Karula lineage. So he's Tandi's younger brother, and he's got a territory to the east, and then Klangula is everything to the north of this area. Now, I know a lot of you have been asking about Gijima, but the chances of Gijima being alive still is not very good. Since he had a very bad injury on his eye, he hasn't been seen. And the fact that we're seeing Matswiri, Shinzele, Klangula, Quarantine, Tingana indicates that probably in all likelihood Gijima is no longer around or has been displaced by these individuals. But nice, like I say, that we got a relaxed leopard for a change. We've had so many unrelaxed individuals coming in from the Kruger region. It's nice to see one from the north that is so super chilled. Oh, what a treat of a morning we've had with Thandi and now him. I wonder how far south he's going to end up going. I suspect we're going to start to see him on Djuma in a few months to a year's time. I think we're going to start to see him pushing a lot further south, particularly when the likes of Kalamba and Co come into estrus that might drag him a lot further south. I'm so glad he also stopped that we could actually get a view of his beautiful face as well. He's got quite a different look to a lot of the males that we see in the sort of Karula lineage. They've got a different face. He's just quite long in comparison to Tingana and the likes. I think this is where he's going to rest for the day. It started to get quite hot, and it's also that time of the day, I suppose, for us to start heading home as well. It's been an absolutely ridiculous morning in so many respects. It's just kind of, from the word go, seems like there's been things happening all across our different locations in Africa. We've been spoilt with cat trifecta, wild dogs, jackals, absolutely amazing, and the perfect way to finish it off. All right, well, we're going to head back home, like I say. We're going to leave Hlangula to sleep. We'll see you all this afternoon on the Sunset Safari.
What makes Anbion-Pinde Private Game Reserve so special is our massive array of habitats. And with that comes, of course, a beautiful diversity of landscapes, but also an incredible biodiversity in terms of plants, bird life and animal life, as well as, of course, our conservation success stories with cheetah, with rhinos, now with pangolins too. Join me on my next adventure in the African wilds on DSTV channel 183.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome in the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have elephants and elands who are grazing peacefully in this hot savanna. So welcome on board to your very own Safari Live from the African wilderness. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have elephants that are grazing slowly, peacefully walking, and we have elands in the background. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. It's a Friday, so I think they're gathering up here for their weekend. This is super nice to see about 3 families. We have that family there, and I think they're going to be joined by another family. They just come from a watering hole. Or sometimes this might be an extension of the herds, because when these herds becomes big, then they have to split up sometime and the family extend, which is eventually split up to join other new families, but the bond of the group is still the same. So you find that when these herds become big, 2 sisters will split from the matriarch, and then the other sister will carry on to form a small herd. And that herd consists of related family members. So sister, brother, and for that reason you find that the splitting herd, of course the sister that is split from the matriarch will become the new leader of the small herd, depending. So it's nice watching these 2 families here, and I'm going to sit here for a while since this is a very peaceful afternoon, the cloud cover and how they're grazing. So I'm going to take you over to another live location
Good afternoon and welcome to South Africa. Welcome to the Sabi Sands and specifically Djuma Private Game Reserve. Hello everybody, my name is Steve Falconbridge, joined by Theo Islandstyle on camera, and well, as always, very excited to have you with us. Now, you might have noticed a moment before we were looking at a tree. Over here on the top of this tree, it's very nice to see. Very easy tree to identify. The leaves have just come back, but you'll notice that the leaves are occurring in little clusters on the tip of the branches, and they're very, very silver. And yes, you guessed it if you didn't already, there's a silver cluster leaf, the Terminalia sericea. It is a very, very common tree that we find here in the sandy soils, the granitic sandy soils of this part of the Sabi Sands. And it's a very unpalatable tree for most people, but you will find a giraffe feeding on these leaves at this time of year. But very bitter, very taut on the tongue, and if you did eat it, well, it's actually quite unpleasant to be eaten. But when animals need, they definitely do eat it. But nice to see the little tips, very silver. And spring, or should I say summer, has most certainly sprung. The leaves will all get about that big, a little bit bigger. So they're all pushing out at the end of the stalks. So little clusters. Terminalia, I think to mean to terminate on the end of the branch. And we will be focusing on some more plants today, as well as some migratory birds.
Beautiful, welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here, where today it's about 85 Fahrenheit, 29 degrees. Spirit shine, a little bit open, but the wind is picking up. As my name is Andrew, I'll be with you this afternoon, and on camera, that's Paul on camera. So we'll be just taking a look at that bird. We just see that it looks like it's come back to the different perch, which that is a lilac-breasted roller. It's the most common roller that we see around in this area, in this part of the Kruger National Park area, and that doesn't really migrate. Kendra, good afternoon. Welcome to your beautiful show this afternoon. You want to know if this bird migration. Of course, they don't really migrate. They type of the birds that we see throughout the year, winter, summer, we pretty much find them. And it's one of the beautiful birds, if you compare to most of a roller, which of course is a few different roller that migrate. That's a European roller, those one. Which I haven't actually come across one of these racket roll around here, which they could be somewhere where not close to us, but those one also similar to this. When you look at the tail, it's a little bit of a wire or little of a racket tail at the back. But this, it's a lilac-breasted roller. The color on the throat, it's really magnificent color-looking bird. Looks got his name from as a lilac on their throat, but it's got also a lot of a different color bird. It's got about 7 color difference on that bird. And they mainly feed on insects, such as centipedes, small beetles, and they would go for such as grasshoppers, and they're able to hunt from sitting right in that tree like that. And for that reason, they were able to scan around in them, and then whatever is in the movement, on flight for insects in the point of view, it will be catched. If it's a movement from the ground, which is most also insect, would be catched and feed. And they are day birds. They're only active during the day, but they nest in the hole. And early in the morning they come out and they do their hunt as they move around. So we're gonna switch you to another safari live as we search for more animals for you.
Those are world famous birds. Apologies for the wind there, everyone. We've decided to grab or jump off and get a couple of trees. And right here, we've got two very, very cool trees, very, very similar, in fact. I might have to try and bring one closer to you, but what is very characteristic of them is both of them, the flowers. These are two different trees, but can you see how the flowers are popping out on the end of this little stalk? If you ever do get a sample of a bush and you want to identify it, you can't just come to me with a leaf. You need to get flowers, fruit, habitat, bark. You can't just bring this leaf and go, ooh, we'll identify it, because it's not always that easy. But in saying that, this tree over here, let me find a good example of a leaf. This tree over here, where are you? There we go. This leaf has got a very nice twist to it, and this one does not. So we've got two bush willows. One is the red bush willow, and this one over here, with a very similar leaf, is the variable bush willow. And they're both very common in this area. The red bush willow, definitely the most common of the bush willows we find out here, and hence why this is called bush willow felt. But very good if you want to identify plants. Get a nice sample like this. This can give you the whole leaf structure, the entire leaf, how it's arranged on the branch. There's a flower or a fruit. Make note of the shape of the tree. Is it a mushroom? Is it small? What color's the bark? And where did you find it growing? That information, very, very important. Is it along the river? Was it on the rocks? Because if you don't have that information, it'll be very hard to find it in your book. These two plants look very similar, share very similar habitat, but there are slight differences in the leaves, which would be able to help you to identify the difference between a variable and a red bush willow.
Welcome back to the Masai Mara. I haven't left this sighting yet. The second family has joined in, and you can see the number has increased. Now, we're talking about when family groups increase in number, sometimes it can be beyond the capacity of how the environment is. Sometimes it's because of it's dry, maybe it's too wet, or maybe they have so many babies. So sometimes they split up, and this will force the individual relatives or blood relative to form a family unit. When the related known family groups meet, they engage in an elaborate greeting. Like right now, you can see some of them actually, super playful. So that small one there just joined in, and you can see they were just trunk wrestling there, analyzing the sand. Sometimes they do rumbling, trumpeting, and even twirling around in circles, which is very, very interactive and super nice when you watch these two elephants meet. But the matriarchs who are in control and charge of these families, they are typically what we call the natal core of this family bond, because they're the ones who control what these females, this entire herd do. If in case it means to travel to a good place for water, for grazing, she is the one in charge. So she's the one that is the oldest cow. She is super experienced. And funny thing, when it comes to mating, so this experience and big matriarch, they're the ones that choose a bull that will mate with them. Unlike the younger ones who will choose the rest. How cool is this to watch these elephants out here in the wild?
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a blistering hot afternoon here at Tswalu Kalahari, but that is not going to bother us because we are looking at these little guys. I'm so happy to have, have the privilege to see them on my first day back. Incredible sighting. and to see them doing so well is just heartwarming. By the way, guys, my name is Moritz. Behind the camera, we've got Glenn this afternoon. So, yeah, beautiful, beautiful sighting that we have here. Very lucky to have found them because they are very, very far away from where we found them initially. You know, following them for these past almost 8 weeks, they made a proper, almost a 35 kilometer loop, not being back at the same spot. They're actually very close to where we normally start our operations around here, so making it easy for us, Mom. And to see all three of the little ones doing so well and, you know, being so healthy, it's just great. I missed them. After 2 weeks, I started feeling a little bit sad not seeing them every day or every second day. But yeah, guys, as you can see, they are also tucked in underneath a shepherd's tree. So it is nice and warm. We believe it's, well, I haven't really checked, but it's definitely mid to high 30s this afternoon, so quite warm. So Kiara just had a question. How long do cheetahs survive in the wild for? Kiara, it depends. Oh, there's a lot of things that depends on, well, that determines their lifespan in the wild. Things like the environment that they live in. To give you an idea, up in the Masai Mara, cheetahs might live longer than we have over here because we have harsher conditions. You know, it's drier, it's warmer, it's colder during winter. It's not as tropical. There's not as abundant game everywhere. So, but then again, with that being the case, the cheetah numbers, you know, the concentrations here are lower. So competition with one another is also lower. Also, competition with other predators will be lower. So typically, on average, and now keep this in mind, this is across Africa, cheetahs live around, I want to say, maybe 12 to 14 years. So very good life for a cheetah in the wild. However, with them not being so strong, you know, muscle-wise and having thick bones, you know, the density and those types of things, and being a relatively small, large predator, they do not live as long as you'd find with leopards or hyenas or something like that. So I want to say out here in the Kalahari, probably around 10 to 11 years is a better average. But then if you go to places like I said, the Masai Mara or, you know, East Africa, where it's more lush, more abundant game, easier living, you might find them living a little longer. But yeah, these little guys still have a long life ahead of them, luckily. But yeah, guys, we're not going to stay with them for too long. We are going to actually go and look. We didn't see the mom now, so we're not going to stay with these little guys. We're going to go see if we can find her, okay?
There's nothing as cute as watching small, young, baby animals. Look at those elephants. Those cheetahs are also adorable. So those two tiny elephants, look at how playful they are. And of course, this also enhances the bond in a family social unit, because that playful game sometimes will help them in the future as they become independent in a later stage of life. So some of these calves are still suckling. On average, a calf will suckle for about 3 to 5 years, but they start tasting solid food when they're about 3 to 4 months old. Because they lack sufficient coordination of their trunk when they're still young, like that young one they're walking following the mom. When at that age, there's no proper coordination of their trunk as well as the strength to be able to grab solid food. So without the milk, they cannot be that strong, but sometimes they'll be nursed for about 2 years. We can see some concurring on if their mothers don't give birth. When these calves are super young, sometimes you see them walking close to mom, they suckle. It not only provides them with a source of milk, but also provides them with comfort. the mother will allow a calf to suckle after it has experienced a stressful situation. Sometimes you find it's too hot or it's too cold, so the moms will actually suckle them just to comfort them, which is very important for baby animals or even humans when they are small. I see that one has gone to the cousin or maybe brother. See, the Catholics are also enjoying the insects disturbed. And over in the background, I can see eland walking slowly. And I'm sure they are also enjoying this grass that is dominant here. We call it the red oat grass, the most dominant grass here in the Mara. So they're just from the marsh and they're walking in this savanna area where they'll be grazing, walking towards the forest. A daily routine that we always look at. That one is suckling right now. I can see that one is about still sucking, even though it looks like about 2 years old. So this is almost towards the end of them being weaned, but you've seen the others go for even up to about 4 years and they're still suckling. So this is another way of comfort that I was talking about. So you can't get really well that question, if you can repeat that again. But this family looks like very, very peaceful, quiet, calm, because they've joined each other. Two split groups that have come together. So I'm still going to hang around here, watch this elephant family as I take you over to another live location.
Beautiful, Tim. Elephants are also one of the wonderful animals to watch, especially when they do their activity things, feeding around. Here we're back. We have left our beautiful Latic-breasted roller. Along the road we pick up two male impalas right in front of us, as you can see them trying to get as much as they can, feeding on the grasses. It's quite an important time of the year for most grazers and browsers. All they do, they all have to focus on their special diet, with the grasses most, and those are browsers. They have to focus on the new shoots of the leaves. And for these such animals looking at us like that, it's probably just checking on what we are. Of course, there haven't been a lot of a threat of them using vehicles that get used to the car or companies, except for the dangerous animals, as impala. But from being two of them together like this is because of sometimes the whole herd have been separate from them, and all they do, they just find the whole group of two males and they all combine, love one another, look around for safety, feed. At night they'll go into an open patch, rest, and then for that you have to also look if it's safe around them. For them to sleep, it's one of the other missions. They sleep unconscious, which means half awake, half asleep. But human, we don't do that. And beautiful, have a beautiful brain for the animals. So I will be leaving these animals moving around, looking for something else. So we're going to try and search around for anything we can find. And if we could find giraffe, also is very good, which is this area where there's a lot of time if you're seeing impalas, and you know it must be a lot of other general animals around, and they're more likely to all combine, be together, love one another. Rosalind, welcome to your beautiful show this afternoon. You want to know how much louder impalas sound travel, or how big it is. So impala, they have a few different of sound they make. So one of them, it's when they blow their nostrils, but that's very kind of like fainty sound you hear, kind of very like air coming out only. This is when they are probably not sure what they're probably playing around. But for these males, they do make such a sound where you can travel far away, 2 kilometers away.
Welcome back live to Djuma, everybody, where we've got a little bee eater. How marvellous. And these are common residents. These guys don't migrate anywhere. Oh, he goes away though. Might have just heard him whistling. It sounds like a referee whistle. I can't mimic it. But welcome back. Wonderful afternoon out here. And you might have heard me talking about some trees before and thinking to yourself, what on earth is he talking about? Now, tree identification takes a bit of practice, but I suppose it all starts with the basics. So we're going to go back to our first little branch that we had, and we're going to have a look at what we call a leaf, a simple leaf. Now, here is the actual stem of the branch, and there's another stem over there, and you need to look inside over there. There's that white little piece. You see that little bit there? That is called the axillary bud or auxiliary bud. That is the growth point. You can see on either side of this leaf is the growth bud, which means that this entire piece over here, I'm going to pull it off for you now. This entire piece here is a leaf. I know that might sound quite obvious, but it means that this is one leaf. Now that is a simple leaf, very easy to identify a simple leaf because you can see where the bud grows. If we look back where I ripped it off, you can actually see where the bud is growing. There is the bud just above where I broke it, and that is often where you get new leaves, where you get flowers popping out, all that sort of thing. Now, secondly, if you have a look at the one just below, you'll see that these two leaves are opposite to each other. There's one on this side, one on the other side, completely opposite. So that is the arrangement. Now, when I said before, you can't just bring one leaf and think someone's going to identify it. Arrangement is very important. Sorry about the wind. Which makes this a simple leaf with opposite arrangement. Now, with all of that information, with a few more questions, you'll probably be able to find out what this is, especially when you've got a wonderful flower like this, which is growing from that auxiliary bud as well. Okay, so that's very interesting. Let's just put this flower down, and then I'll show you a different leaf structure altogether. Donovan, that's a very important question, in fact. Juices, when you rip off a leaf, it's quite important to try and look and see if there is a latex of some sort or a milky latex, and to measure that. Now, here we've got a very different leaf altogether. I'm going to put it this way so that it's not blowing. Now, if I open this up over here, and you try to look in between there's no bud at the bottom by my thumb. There's no bud over there. And if we keep going up, there's no bud anywhere, which means there is the bud over there by my other finger. This finger here, there's the bud at the base, which makes this entire thing here the leaf. I'm going to rip it off. Now that is a compound leaf. That entire thing is basically a leaf that's divided itself for many reasons. And the arrangement of this divided leaf is alternate, like a ladder. And you see it's a bit ladder-like. Sorry about the wind. Ladder-like. It's quite droopy. So this is called a leaflet. And the entire thing is a leaf. So this is called a compound leaf. The other one is called a simple leaf. And this compound leaf is divided once. Now you might think, what on earth is he talking about, divided once? I will show you in a moment. We've got a few more plants that we're going to deal with today, but you're just going to have to come back and see.
So guys, just have a look quickly. I mean, we've got some incredible landscape over here at Tswalu. Just the vastness, and, you know, standing on top of a dune, having a sundowner. Sun's not quite down here yet, but having a sundowner on top of these dunes with that view in front of you is just incredible, if you can imagine that. But what baffles me at the moment is, not too long ago, we had all of these, you know, almost snow-covered blackthorn trees with all their white little flowers, and in a matter of 2 weeks there is not a single flower on any blackthorn tree anymore. It just amazes me how quickly the bush can go through these cycles. And you know, the good thing about that is, as soon as the blackthorn trees then drop their flowers, that's when the leaves are going to come through, and the seed pods. So lots of good browsing coming up. But yeah, I mean, as far as the eye can see, that's Tswalu. So I mean, you can imagine sometimes having a game drive, and we have to get to the southern side of the reserve. You drive for 3 hours almost just to get there. But we're going to go look for those cheetahs now, guys. So we'll let you know if we have something.
Welcome back to the Mara, and I can see our herds are splitting up. One family going in one direction and the other one going to the other direction. But then some calves are super playful, but now they've stopped. You can see the some to the right there. It's only that the grass is too high, but they were playing before and pushing each other, chasing one another, which is very important from an early age of elephants, depending on what sex, the males and the females. So playful, and that really helps. But then there's a time that it differs, because female calf have a different focus, because they remain in the natural herds. So they are continuously exposed to the matriarch's knowledge, because they never leave these herds. So they'll stick around for as long as time. Sometimes they never leave. Hey Dash, thank you so much. What a good question from my 11-year-old. So it depends with the environment, but sometimes this herd can be up to 30, 40, but they can extend even to 100. I've seen a herd of about even 56. So this is about 29 here, which is very, very nice to see. So I was talking about when the females, because they don't leave the natural herd, they follow the matriarch's command and they're exposed to her knowledge, while the young ones are super adventurous. That's why you saw a little bit earlier when the males were pushing off each other, because they'll later in the stage, when they become adolescent, they leave these herds or the natural herds, so they have to be adventurous at times. So as these elephants are walking by, I'm going to carry on as I take you over to another live location.
Beautiful. So we now just look at this single, looks like it for now, single male giraffe. Far distance, it's actually quite far from where we are right now. It's actually a ravine right in front of us. We're on the western side of a quarantine area. Some of those are familiar with the land, but for such a male giraffe, for him to be able to wander around, this is actually about looking for new shoots. When we talk about impalas, every time they look, this type of animal, they get attracted by most of the green, so that's why they don't actually static. They don't stand for long. Every time they look further from them, they see beauty. So wherever they are, right on that spot, they think it's not beautiful anymore, so they keep them moving. You see that happen on the cows. Also, goat, who spend a lot of time with their own goat to look around, check their behavior, what they do when there's a green. They seems to be pushing too much when there's no wind also. And that's what makes them love about sense of hearing what's around them. Could be more giraffe around in this area, but for now we only see one individual male. But they can separate sometimes, be on their own. Female does the same. Male, as we see right now there. I only check now when I look at this beautiful, thick and bolt on top of this horn, and I know we're looking at the male even as far from us. So we'll I'm gonna stick around here, see if there's more of giraffe coming out of that area. Otherwise, it will be beautiful. Just search around for anything else.
Welcome back to Botany 101 this afternoon. And, we've detailed a very simple leaf. We'll get more into detail about that now. Don't worry too much about identification. And we've done a compound leaf, and now we're going to do a bi-compound. Now you're thinking to yourselves, what on earth is this man talking about? Here we've got, once again, you'll see that this entire piece over here is the leaf. The growth point is at the
Good. Very deep in with this giraffe, so I'm happy. Sorry about that. And we still with this beautiful giraffe. But now it looks like it's very much looking around. Even they're so big animals, they still have a lot of enemy, which is most lion take down giraffe. And that happens when they get stalked by these lions. And then, of course, especially when they run, there's a chance they might be bring down, if it's a chance, but they also use their unique as they run, they can, step on whatever it is, or kill whatever it is trying to chase them. So they have a very strong defensive mechanism, which is a kick. And for that kick, they don't only use the back leg, but both leg would use this kicking system. We're looking at this giraffe from this far. You would see a lot of pale on their ears. And this is what's also one of their follow me or find one another or separate far apart, which they're capable of doing that. Even a female, when it's trying to raise the baby, it's happened, she left the baby probably about 100 meters and returned back to their young one, give her the milk, and they walk away again. So that type of animal that when they're in a group, they're in a group. When they're not in a group, it's fine, and they will still survive in that way. We're looking at the southern giraffe, the species which occurred in this area. And now we just look, but since it's a lot of wind, I'm gonna stick around here a little bit more.
From the giraffe now to our elephant who was still on the move. A vehicle just went by. Some other people also coming to enjoy this beautiful sighting of elephants. Now the other herd has split up, and this second herd is still on the move. You can see that young one catching up. Now, when they have the young ones, they have to walk in a very slow pace because these little ones cannot keep up the pace. And sometimes they'll take turns to rest, to stop where they'll carry on grazing. See the young ones come to circle their mothers as then they carry on. The cattle eagles are still enjoying, they keep on following these herds until dusk, where they'll return to their nesting or roosting places. So along these walks, they have to come to a place where they have to drink water, and elephants require fresh water daily. And this is so helpful, especially in this time of the year when it's very, very important, because water provides them, hydrates them, because they need that in their daily lives, because at this time of the year it's getting dry, and then in the dry condition elephants will be extraordinary